The hero holds a lottery ticket. He needs to guess the correct 10 digits in Loco Lottery 7. The main prize is 4 billion yon. The young guy guesses the right combination of numbers and picks up the main prize. Now, with such an amount of money, he may no longer work. The hero imagines how he reports to the chief a sheet with the name of his parents and writes an application for dismissal. The young man walks around the room when a call of the phone suddenly sounds. An unknown phone number appears on the screen. The voice from the other end asks the name of the protagonist and asks him to transfer money. A young man called the Kusura Shin. The hero is stunned by this. In Kazur, the phone is torn from calls. He is offered a sacrifice for space exploration, asking if he believes in God and whether he is ready to voice his ideas, and still calls an ancient classmate who asks to borrow money. The door call is heard. Through the eye, a young man sees an unfamiliar elderly woman. She seems to be a volunteer and tells that they are now experiencing difficult times. The doorbell does not stop. The man asks how much money the guy has earned. The phone shows notifications of 52 missed calls. The hero calls his father and tells what has happened. The Kusura asks whether the father knows where you can hide. The guy puts his things into a suitcase. The father answers the protagonist that the matter is very serious. He tells Kuzuri that there is an ancient estate far in Gumma's mountains that remained inherited from their family. The young man listens carefully to his words. Kazura's father says that he saw the estate about 30 years ago, and then he was in good condition. Immediately afterwards, the father asks them to tell them 100 million. The joyful Kazura thanks the father for the information, but he already asks 500 million. It has passed for a while, and the hero rushes the road as if flipping through the pages of years by years. According to GPS, it is clear that the Koisur has almost reached the assigned place. The hero finds himself in front of a one-story estate somewhere in Gunma's prefecture. Kazur closes the car and thinks, this house was left 30 years ago. The estate stands in the middle of a dense forest. Going inside, the young man finds himself in the empty hallway. There are no furniture in the house, only bare walls, but everything around is amazingly clean. Kazura was surprised why the abandoned house looked so well groomed. The hero thought that it was quite possible to live here. The young man decided to look around and was pleased with what he saw. At the end of the empty long corridor, the Kazur notices the door. It seems strange to him. The hero goes to the door and notices that the castle hangs on them. He does not understand why such a room in the estate is closed. The Kazur touch the castle and he immediately crumbles, falling on the floor. The death bell of the metal is heard. The frightened young man ties one end of the rope to the door handle and gently pulls the rope from the other end of the corridor. Kazura trembles with fear, but comforts himself with the idea that he will succeed. The hero slowly opens the door and sees a regular empty room in front of him. Looking at all carefully, Kazura assumes that the area of this room is about 6 tatami. But as soon as the hero crosses the threshold of the room, she immediately turns into a long, narrow corridor, the end of which is not visible. The walls, floor, and ceiling of this corridor look very unusual. The Kazur looks back and sees the whole long corridor of the mansion. He hesitates whether to turn back. Everything looks amazing and unclear to him. He cannot understand how it works. The young man decided to go back to the estate to pick up the bag. The hero sat down and checked whether the laces were tied well. Kazur slowly goes a strange corridor, holding one hand behind the wall. There is a turn ahead. The hero notices that something lies around the corner on the floor. A skeleton, wrapped in an old cape, suddenly appears before the young man. Kazur cannot believe his eyes and stunned with this find. Some time has passed, and the hero was on the street. Kazuo wants to call 110, but his phone disappeared somewhere. The guy goes on and looks carefully around. The door was brought to an unfamiliar place. In front of him is a landscape on the village. He sees people who work on the ground, and there are one-story small houses nearby. The mountains will rise in the distance. The hero is delighted with such a strange phenomenon. He tries to understand whether he is now in Europe or perhaps in America. Kazuo raises his hand, waves his closest man, and in English reports that he is a tourist from Japan. The thin man replies to him Japanese. He apologizes and says he does not understand anything. Kuzura guesses that he is now in his home country. The hero is a little upset. The young man says he came on a tour and asks where the nearest station is here. The man again apologizes and confesses that he does not know what it is. The Khazar is surprised and exclaimed. Gradually, other peasants gather around the hero. Some of them ask if he came to Nelson's Sam. The young man does not understand anything, judging by how the local responds. For them, the word station sounds for the first time. The Koisur is surprised to look around, not believing that he really was in Japan, not in some other world. The young man notices old tools and utensils. He draws attention to the appearance of locals and understands that their level of development is very low. The peasants look at him in surprise. Kuzura tells him that he is a traveler. He extends his hand and offers salt and medicine as a sign of friendship. The hero hopes that he will be able to explore this new world. Suddenly the guy hears an unfamiliar female voice. The idea was thought that it is probably attractive. The woman is interested in medicine. The girl, who trembled with excitement, opened the door of the house and went out to the yard to see a stranger. With tears in her eyes, she turned to the trees, begging to give them medicine and save her father. One of the men turns to a girl named Valetta and says they will be able to cure the head of the village. The girl shines with happiness. Kazura asks whether her father is sick. Valetta tells the young man that she has no food that would come for her sick father. She also has no money for a doctor. The girl confesses that she has almost lost hope. The Kazur firmly squeezes the handles of his bag. It is noticeably nervous. The hero notes to himself that he has not told you what the medicine took with him. The young man asks for permission to examine the village of the village. The waste agrees and thanks him for his help. The girl carefully opens the door to the house. There was a slight creaking. We are allowed and offered to sit next to your father's bed. The man trembles a lot and is almost in a whisper about the medicine. Kuzura, seeing his condition, understands that there will be no medicine here, and he does not have the right remedies. The young man puts his hand on a man's kind and aloud, listing the symptoms. The man's eyes are inflamed. The look is wandering, not stops. The girl shudders from what he saw. Kasura continues to tell that the man is trembling. He looks at Valette and sees that she is crying. Without withstanding this pressure, the young man lied that all is well and the man could be saved. Valetta, with tears in his eyes, encourages her father, saying that everything will work. The Koisur finally was able to say it, and now it's time to give medication. The guy extends her many simple medicines, a jar with syrup and pills. Valetta is carefully standing at her father's bed and gives him medicine. She lifts a jar with infusion to his mouth and gently says that this medicine also needs to be drunk to the end. Smiling, the girl says she got better and invites Kuzuri to stay overnight for her thanks for medicine. The hero agrees but grabs his shirt because he has hurts in his chest. The hero thinks that if his father dies, he will have to give all his money and ask for forgiveness. He thanks Valetti, and she says she will bring him to the room. The hero remains in the room and begins to walk from the corner to the corner. Kazura says that the girl's father will not be able to cure lipo, so the guy will die either tonight or tomorrow. Gradually, the evening twilight fell over the village, followed by night. The dark sky shone with many bright stars. Suddenly, Valetta knocked on the door and called the Kasuras. Then the hero immediately fell to his knees, leaned to the floor, and began to apologize to the girl. The door is a voice with his father. The girl says he was already recovering. The man seems and apologizes that he could not say hello to the hero before. His name is Havil. He is the head of the village. Havil thanks Koisuri for the medicine. Kazura still stands, bowing his head, and looks at them with disbelief. He says it is senseless. Such medicines could not save a dying person, even if there was only a few hours. Soon, the soup was ready in a small pot. Valin noted that after the medication, he began to feel better quickly. The Kusura replied that he was surprised. Usually this medicine would only happen in a few days. The hero thinks that he is most surprised here. Valin is surprised by the medicine and says it is a real miracle and asks the young man how he can thank him. Kazuo says he doesn't need anything. The main thing for him is that Valin is now healthy. The hero gratefully accepts the soup that he was kindly submitted. In the plate, he notices several insects that swim among vegetables and greens. Valetta says that she has caught Arcadia bugs. The guy is stunned by that. The girl asks the young man if he had already tasted it. She says that in the city, these beetles are considered a delicacy. Wallen is happy to eat beetles and adds that they are always delicious. The Kazur again pulls the soup, noticeable how his hands tremble. He says this soup reminds him of a light corn broth. A little later, Valetta tells the hero that he would soon want to relax, so she brought him futon. Kazura thanks her and confesses that he immediately forgot to give her one thing. He begins to dig in his bag. The hero extends the girl with salt. Valetta looks at her with surprise and says she has never seen such pure, white salt. The girl looks at the package with interest and is surprised that he is so transparent. Kizura tells her a little confusedly, telling her that such a thing was invented in his country. Valetta does not understand what is written on the package. She says that although her father taught her to read and write, she sees such letters for the first time. The Koisur mentally wonder how wonderful this world is. Suddenly, the girl seriously returns to the main character. He explains that the medicines he gave to her father really help, but they are very expensive. She begs the frame to help other residents. The girl promises to thank him once, and even says that if necessary, he can give it to someone or sell everything he wants. But the hero asks her to stop and lift her head. His tears are embarrassed. The Kazur was surprised when he saw that the settlement still remained sick. The girl explained to him that almost half of the villagers were ill, and almost all mums have nothing to feed their babies. The hero did not expect to hear this. The young man understands that if he does not help, people will suffer. In addition, it is a path to the heart of a tolerance. The hero confidently states that he will be able to successfully raise the flag and save the peasants. The Kusura says he doesn't need money. Instead, he asks to allow to stay here. The girl is amazed at his words, asks whether he is really sure of it. The young man says, human life is more valuable than money. And the Koisur thinks, whoever it may be, this situation looks very suspicious. The hero asks the girl to just believe him. From these words, the girl in the eyes of tears. She begins to cry so much that she cannot even pronounce a word. Kazur tries to reassure her. The voyeur apologizes to the guy for his sharp reaction. She is trembling with excitement. The Kusura says they all have experienced a lot of difficult times. Forces are already on the verge. The hero strongly opens the door into his world. He has a bag and a flashlight in his hands, and he says it is time to save everyone, even if it is difficult. Valetta and Valin are stunned by the fact that the door opened. Gracier runs a long corridor back to the mansion. On the move, he waves his hand on the floor and thinks that now the main thing is to get as soon as possible. The wind blows along the corridor. The young man goes into the car and thinks that the nearest store is about 40 kilometers. In such a depth, when there are so many problems from the village of 50 to 100 people. Almost half of them are in serious condition. The hero goes between the rows of a supermarket with a trolley and thinks that it is better to buy for himself. He thinks about how much rice and canned food. It thinks whether milk and water are needed. The Koi's doubts whether there is water in the village. As a result, the guy bought 100 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of salt, 10 liters of water, 10 cans of canned peaches, 5 kilograms of prunes, 10 cans of baby food, and 400 bottles of Lipod. The cashier girl looked at Gracier in surprise and asked if he buys it all just in case. The hero was discouraged and could not answer her. The headlights brightly light the road at night. The young man with sadness notes that, as he thought, he did not have time to buy medicine. He plans to distribute the remaining medicines to those who are in serious condition, and yet to give the rest of Lipo-D. The Koi's looks back and thinks about how to bring so many things to the village. The hero needs a cart, but the store is already closed. Suddenly, in the darkness, the Koi's notice something interesting. A small barn stands near the road, and a cart near it. The Gracier is surprised by such a coincidence. The protagonist understands that if he just takes the cart, then what will be different from the thief? But his difficult situation makes this step go. In a small package, the young man left money for a cart and wrote on a piece of paper. Gracier attacked this cart to the car and took with him. After a while, the hero returned to the estate. The guy loaded a lot of food and medicines into the cart. The Gracier does not have time to rest. He needs to quickly go to the sick residents who are waiting for him. From all these events, the hero is hungry, so now he sows with prunes. The wind walks in a long rope and does not stop noise. The young man pulls a cart, and he constantly roars and knocks loudly. As the Gracier hoped, it is much easier to transport things in this way. The young guy went outside. The night was so dark that the roads were not visible at all. The cart suddenly jumped a wheel on a stone that Gracier did not notice. Then he turned the flashlight and illuminated his way. Valetta runs to the hero, breathing hard after jogging, and calls the frame. The young man is surprised that the girl woke up in the middle of the night. She looks at him and cannot believe that he returned with a big cart. Gracier says he brought medicines and food from his country. First, you need to move it to the house. Valetta looks at him for a while. The hero turns to her, and then the girl seems to wake up and assures that everything is fine with her. Valetta stands next to the casual and helps him roll the cart. Occasionally, her hand touches his palm, and she sincerely thanks him for everything. It has passed for a while, and the hero finally finished unloading all things. The Gracier feels back pain and thinks that it is convulsion of muscles. They sit next to me, sigh with relief, and apologize that they have not helped. The young man reassures her and says that you should not worry. Then he asks the girl whether he is late to return home that night. She agrees, but immediately adds that there are patients who need help now. Heroes are determined to save those who suffer. Gracier and Valetta came to the house of a man who also trembled from the disease. Young people helped an elderly woman, giving her medicine. The Gracier handed over to the young mother with her baby food, and Valetta took care of a sick man. The heroes crossed from one house to another all night. In the next house, Valetta approached an old woman who felt very bad and advised her to have a magical potion that had to help. The Gracier carefully handed the woman a bottle with medicines. The grateful old woman thanked them. The Gracier, puzzled by the girl's words, touches her throat and says it is a medicine, not a charming medicine. Valetta is indignant and assures him that the truth tells the truth. She thinks for a short time. The girl watches the casual that helps others with a smile and thinks he is incredible. The girl drinks the medicine and with a smile notes that their taste is pleasant, although she imagined quite another. Kazura agrees that he also likes this taste, so he sometimes drinks this medicine. The hero adds that daily uses such medicines brought from another world. When the fatigue has passed, the heroes decided to take the case and headed for the old shed. Inside, they found exactly what they came here. Valetta holds a large cauldron in his hands and says that it can be used to eat the dish throughout the village at once. People gather on a small platform, and the characters are just in the middle of the street for all porridge. The woman approached Kasura and thanked him for the medicine. Thanks to him, she can now stand on her feet. Not far from there, the man admires enthusiastically that he had never tasted such a delicious porridge before. The woman nearby notes that the salt was added to her. She looks healthy and cheerful. Kazura thinks that Lipo D really works in this world. He stretches a man's bowl. The child runs to the hero and is wondering why he is so strangely dressed. Kazura looks at Valetta and understands that she is very attracted to attention. The hero hesitates with the answer and does not know what to say. In the meantime, someone calls the baby. The boy's mother runs up quickly, hugs his son firmly, and apologizes to the rabbit. After that, she, grabbing the baby by the hand, hastily goes away. The main character remains surprised by this situation. The peasants look at the young man, waiting for him to react to what happened. Everyone is silent. There was silence. Valetta is also worried and turns to Kazura. He smiles and jokes, asking why everyone is looking at him. They say, maybe he has something on his face. The peasants are stunned by such a reaction. The girl says there is nothing on his face and asks for food. The peasants also come to life and are also asked to treat them with a supplement. The hero is surprised as everyone sighed and decides to teach them to cook rice porridge. After a while, Valetta and Kazura stroll through the village. The hero proposes to use empty homes as firewood for heating. The girl explains that this will be difficult for residents because some houses are empty only because their owners were forced to leave their home. The Gracier asks the war. The girl tells him that the war between their country Arcadia and Balvalet lasted 6 years and ended 4 years ago. The war lasted for a long time. Both boys and girls have already been called to the front. Balwal fought not only with Arcadia, but also with other countries that united against him. In the end, Balwala and the Union concluded a truce for 8 years. The girl is afraid that if the war begins again after the end of the world, she can also call her. The Gracier is very surprised to hear it. Seeing that the hero has an idea, others allow you to change the topic of conversation. The hero explains that the long drought is very harmful and he wants to cause rain. He recalls that during the Second World War, the military had already reigned with a fire. The hero believes that it can work now. The girl tells that they have already sacrificed Sapusha, but never received rain. She hesitates if something will be changed afterwards. The Kois replies that you can try again, because it knows the long way. That evening, the villagers, together with the Kazura, ignited a large bonfire. Each inhabitant brought his own tree for a fire. Meanwhile, someone was calling the main character. Valetta approached the hero and asked if she could sit side by side. The Kusura allowed. The girl noted that the guy is waiting all this time when it was raining, since they lit the campfire. The Kazur is experiencing. He promised that he would rain, but he was not sure of it, because he said it just without having any reason. The young man looked at Valette with hope in his eyes and pleaded to start the rain sooner. Without watching the fire, the girl asked the hero why he came to their village. Kazura explained that this village is located near his home. Walter said that even if he got here by accident, she was still able to save many people. The hero regretted that these words were inadvertently. He did not want to say something that would be contrary to how everything really looked. It was unclear why the girl did not even try to find out from him all the truth. Kazura wanted to discuss with Valetta as the rain called. He returned to her, but suddenly stopped for some reason. He looks at the girl sitting in front of him. The Kois cannot look away from her and her face. The hero even forgot what he wanted to talk to her. Gracier mentally notes that this girl is very beautiful. He finally tells her what he had to say before the rain began. The young man adds that this method is not absolutely reliable. The hero apologizes if the rain does not go. The girl explains that Suipushiore is the god of water with a changing character. She adds that even after asking, the rain may not go unless God has a mood. Suddenly, a drop of water falls on the face of the hero. Rain begins. Everyone around exclaims that it is a merit of Kudzura. The hero cannot believe that the rain really went. The next morning, the youth went to the river. Wallet wondered that he brought with him a Kudzura. He replied that these were the remains of what they were handed out yesterday. Kudzura wanted to cool the jug and water and also to have canned peaches. He decided to have breakfast alone with such a beautiful girl. In his thoughts, he apologized to Valent. The hero says that the river is very clean here, and he wants to spend water to the village. Then he asked the girl if she heard something about the water wheel. Kazur draws something on the ground. I have not seen it before. The hero wants to do it using only local tools, but does not know how to collect it. Letta assures that they will cope, even if it is difficult. The young man smiles warmly with her and assures that everything is fine. He shares with her his desire to bring the wheel from his homeland. The Kazur removes a chilled jar with peaches and offers a girl half. She is ashamed to take the first and says she can't eat it. However, the hero assures her that it does not interfere with it. The girl bites a piece of peach and suddenly opens her eyes wide. She says peaches are incredibly sweet. For the first time in her life, she tasted something so delicious. The guy rejoices in such a reaction and extends his half to the girl too. The girl is confused. She says she can't do it. The Kusura says it is a reward for all efforts and suggests to taste the treat. Valetta agrees and thanks him for treating. The hero tells the girl that as soon as she finishes her business, they will return to the village immediately, and he will immediately take up the construction of a water wheel. After a while, Kazur learns in the store that the wheel will take 20 days, and its cost is 3 million yon. The young man asks if they can make the wheel in 1 week. He proposes to pay 5 million advance and the same amount after work. He takes all the cost of delivery. The shopkeeper was surprised, but reported that a familiar company would help him fulfill the order. The order will be ready in a week, and the quality will not be affected. Kuzura thanked the owner. The young man wanted to prepare even more gifts for the villagers. In a large supermarket, he poisoned. The Koisur purchased axes, drank, sickles, hose, pitchforks, shovels, and picks. The girl at the box office is wondering if he manages agricultural work. The hero replies that it is almost that. The store workers are surprised. The hero brought all shopping on the trolley. Now all the preparations are completed. The peasants began to build a channel to bring water. Men ask in the case whether such boards and supports are suitable. They turn to him, Kazura-sama, but the hero does not like it. Valetta, along with other girls, came to inform everyone about a break. One of the girls invites Valetta to go to lunch with the Gracier, and she will take care of everything else. Valetta does not understand why she is asked for it and is lost a little. The girl, when blushing, asks the casual whether you can sit next to him. He is glad to see it and wondered whether tools are useful for workers on the field. She said that everyone really liked it. When she took one of the tools, she was surprised how easy it was to use it. The Gracier opened a can. The girl immediately said that it smells delicious. The hero explained that it is a sour fish, marinated in a special sauce. The voice replied that they sometimes eat fish, but never prepared it in this way. Then the hero wondered if they were catching fish with fishing rod. Valetta says they do so too. The Gracier looks at her. She notices it and asks why he looks at her. The hero often watched her. He noticed that she became stronger and looks better, and she replied that all this was thanks to him. Gracier looks at her awkwardly. A few days later, the guy brings all the parts of the water wheel and collects residents near the river to install it. The peasants rejoice and sincerely rejoice in this news. By this time, work on the water channel has been almost completed. The peasants dug a long ditch. The man reported that the digging of the reservoir had already been completed. Thanks to the shovels who gave Kazura, it became much easier to work. All men in the village are very satisfied. Thanks to this system, you can cook, get drinking water, and use it for agriculture. The water will be evenly distributed, and the tanks will not be overflowing. Kazura says that altogether they will collect a water wheel together. The peasants look closely into the instructions and get to work together. It was about an hour, and the work was done by 80%. Gracier and Valetta sat down to rest a little. They were approached by a crowd, who led Valin. The girl wondered if they had already finished digging the channel. Kazura was surprised to see that all the villagers gathered. Valin says it is only necessary to connect the aqueducia to the wheel. The Gracier looks at him and rejoices that everything is fine with Valin. The young man says that the wheel is not ready and asks to dig pits for the supports of the wheel and then connect the water supply to them. The village head asked everyone to gather together and finish the construction of the wheel so that there were no more water problems in the village. Everyone got to work again. Gracier and Valetta, along with the peasants, finished collecting the wheel. Meanwhile, Valin with their team finished making supports for this wheel. A large crowd of people gathered to lift the wheel and secure it on the supports. Before letting water, you must first install this wheel first. Men are undertaken to connect the river with the channel. Someone screams loudly so that they do not connect the wheel. But everyone continues to do their own business. The wheel begins to rotate. The large wheel rotates and fills the channel with water. All inhabitants watch this miracle enthusiastically, and it is especially affected by Valetta. Everyone is enthusiastically watching how this mechanism works. The water rises high up. Children run closer to the wheel and water to look at everything. Residents run in the direction of a new flow of water. Suddenly, someone grabs the Gracier by the hand and calls him. Valetta takes the young man by his hand with both hands and with a smile invites him to run after the stream. He tells the girl that he is still far to run to the village, but she pulls him by the hand and does not even listen. The Kois is confused and does not know what to do. Valin calls them so that they take away their tools and then smiles. In this world, a young man and a beautiful girl run along the river. Transparent water is running fun, and the bright sun is reflected in it. The Kazur is exhausted on the ground and breathes hard. He was tired of fleeing constantly. Valetta extends him water. The young man thanks the girl. Having drunk a glass of water, the caster immediately feels better. Valetta says they are time to return because there will be lunch soon. The young man offers his help in the kitchen. Kazur stands on the ground with a shovel and works. His face is covered with dirt. Valetta laughs fun and wipes him dirt. The young man scratched the back of his back, shrugged his shoulders, and sincerely apologized. Kazura notes that they have forgotten the tools. Valin reassures him and says that everything is fine. Valetta, meanwhile, bears ready-made food and offers everyone to dine. The hero is passionate about the dish looks very appetizing and notices that Arcadia has caught 6 beetles. In this world, Acadian beetles are considered an expensive rural delicacy. Kasura notices that this time there are especially many on the table. Suddenly, the door is knocking, and Valetta goes to open. Looking at the gap, she sees who came. There is a young man on the doorstep. His face is serious. The girl tells her father that he is Isekai'D, the messenger of Nelson. Valin suddenly rises from the floor. Valetta, in a panic, grabs the Kusher by the hand and quickly leads him to the far room while constantly apologizing. The guy does not understand what is happening. The hero asks who Nelson is. The girl explains that it is an aristocrat whom the royal family appointed to manage these lands. Kasur is very surprising. Valetta tells him that he is paid part of the crop. If the drought occurs and the harvest is damaged, it determines how much it is worth giving. The hero adds that Nelson takes care of how people live in settlements. The girl is alarmed and asks Kizur to stay in the room until Nelson leaves. The young man agrees. Valetta goes out, and the hero remains in the room. He looks at his clothes and thinks that he looks suspicious. He is wondering what this nobleman Nelson looks like. The action is carried at night to the mysterious building. Isaac knocks on the door, reporting that he has just returned from the Grizz. The man inside allows him to go. The young man enters the room and welcomes Nelson. He reports that the situation in the village of Gracier is not at all the way Nelson expected. Isaac puts a piece of paper on the table and squeezes it closer to Nelson. Many other documents and papers are also scattered on the table. The young man reports to worry about nothing. Nelson studies the report carefully and is surprised. Isaac reports that serious harm has been caused in the fields. You will have to accept a fee of wood. But when the water canal is built, the village will no longer have problems with a lack of water. Nelson asks the guy whether he is sure that there was water in the village. Isaac replies that the channel leads directly to the repository. The man looks at Isaac seriously and says it is impossible. Nelson asks him, what is the distance from the river to the village, and what a landscape there? Nelson wants to explain to the young man why it is impossible. He unfolds the map and asks Isaac to look carefully at the geography of these lands. From the Gracier to the river, an adult takes 30 minutes. As a result of war and famine, workers are not enough. People do not have the necessary tools. It has not been rain for about a month, but the water level in the river is still low to fill the channel. If you connect the channel above the stream, there will be hills on the way. Isaac and Nelson are considering the map. The young man is amazed where the water came from in the village. Nelson says it is possible only if you dig a canal that will bypass the hills, but it looks unrealistic. Isaac apologizes and confesses that he has not learned about the water source. The man says the appearance of water in the village is good news. Then he is interested in the young man, as in the case with rice. Isaac replies that there is nothing like that. Nelson is surprised by such an answer. He says that with such behavior, his daughter will not even pay attention to him. The events are further unfolded in the village of Gracier. Kazura asks if they do not take taxes every 2 to 3 months. Valetta replies that this is not. Nelson determines the size and helps to solve the problems of the village. Kazura says Nelson is a good master. However, the girl explains that by reducing taxes, people want to support Nelson and even agree to pay more. The girl believes that Nelson does not have enough money to pay a tax on the royal family. Valetta adds that 2/10 fields are sown with potatoes, and the rest of the territory was affected by drought. Kazura wondered what fertilizer the locals use. The girl, hearing this question, was confused because she did not understand the meaning of the word. Valetta says that when they go hunting in the mountains, they scatter the crushed bones of the kafuki and ask God to give them a crop. Kazura is wondering if they do something else. The girl explains that the meat should also be scattered. The guy tells that in order to grow a good harvest, first, you need to make the soil healthy. The girl does not understand what is about. Kazura explains that they will fertilize the earth with forest humus from the leaves, and then God will be pleased because the soil will become better. Valen proposes to collect more humus together. Subsequently, in the forest, peasants with interest and in light watch how Kazura collects humus. The young guy digs the topsoil and collects humus. He believes that it looks awful, but the villagers are very happy. The hero takes a handful of humus. He advises people to gather it, mix it with the ground, and scatter it all over the field. It promises that the harvest will be better. All peasants do not hesitate to believe the words of the rabies. The young man says he will return to his country, find another cart, and fertilizer. He asks her to convey his words. In the meantime, someone watches them because of the bushes. 2 children hide in the bushes, running from one place to another. They closely watch the Cassius and follow him unnoticed. The girl says Coulter that this is a bad idea because they were forbidden to harass the cartridge. Cold replies that they are far enough so no one will notice them. Children notice that a young guy enters the forest. The girl is afraid that the Kazura learns about it, but together with the boy, they run quickly forward. The children jumped out of their hiding place, but there was only a quiet forest meadow. The girl suggested that the Kazura was Gracier, otherwise he would just disappear, and Colt noted that Kazura seems like an ordinary older brother. Colt asks the girl if she thinks so. Mer advises him to return to others immediately. In the meantime, Kazura returned to the estate. The hero decided to go to the construction store and has already prepared a long shopping list. The young boy's store shows different types of potato fertilizers. He looks carefully and chooses the best. The courier takes fertilizers, and the consultant asks how many bags he needs. The hero replies that he buys everything that is available. The consultant says more than 400 kilograms will come out together, and every 4 ARAs require 30 kilograms. Kazura thought how to bring it all to the village. The young guy asked him to rent a truck and help with loading. He then asked the seller where the carts are in the store. For a while, the Kazura is looking at his new durable and very convenient, though extremely expensive cart. The hero recalls the table, past, and in which he found an old cart. However, he likes the new one. It can be folded, and it is much more convenient. The guy left the vegetables near the old shed and wrote a note. He tried alone and was surprised by the wonderful taste. The Kazura has already loaded 300 kilograms and now worries whether it will stand tatami. The hero, going to the tunnel, sits next to the skeleton and leaves for him something. The young guy left a jar with the flavors at the skeleton, thus apologizing. Returning to the village, Kazura notices how residents conscientiously produce humus in the forest. The hero is happily seeing that everything is going well. The Koi's passes by the house, and everyone rejoices when they see it. Wallet is interested in what he brought with him. The hero replies that it is a fertilizer, similar to humus. The girl notices that it has a strange smell. She can't read this word. The hero explains to her that he is pus, which in his country is made of chicken litter. The girl learns in surprise that fertilizers are a bird's litter. Valetta asks whether to scatter them on the ground. The hero replies that yes. Kazur assures the girl that with the help of humus and manure, the soil will become fertile. She thanks him, and the hero in response says it is a thank you for a warm reception. The peasants work in the field. All scatter the humus and fertilizers that the Kazura brought. Valetta contaminated her face and hands, working on the ground. She carefully obeys the hero orders. The sun is standing high above your head. The Koi's inspects the field and asks whether it is the last. He notices that fertilizers are not enough and promises to bring. The residents thank him. Valan sniffs to his clothes. Locals note that it is a fertilizer. The young man agrees and gets something out of the bag. Outside the evening, Valetta is going to buy. In her hands, she has a piece of white soap. The girl views him carefully. Earlier, Kazur handed out soap to the inhabitants. Wallet noted that it is soap softer than in the city and has a special smell. She suggested that it was probably very expensive. Kazura replied that after such soap, the skin would smell nice. The girl is poured with water and gently rubs herself with soap. A lot of foam appears from this. The summer opens the eyes, widely fascinated by surprise. She says this soap smells very nice. The unpleasant smell of fertilizers disappears instantly when you use it. It covered a bowl of hot water with a cloth. In the shade of trees, the girl sits in silence, rustling water around. The girl wipes her hair and remembers a casual, which carefully watered the beds and worked on the field, all smeared in the ground. She looks carefully at a piece of soap in her hands. Valetta lifts a piece of soap to the face and inhales its pleasant aroma. Her cheeks are still pink, and a smile shines on her face. After bathing Valetta, she felt cheerful and in a good mood. The Koisur noted that this soap is very good. It is much nicer to wash with it with plain water. Kazura invites a girl from Valine to build a large cup for everyone, to create a common bath. Valetta agrees and says that everyone would be glad to have a large hot water pool. Valen notes that the bathroom is considered a luxury, and it is only available for the nobility. It is impossible to build it without permission. The rabbit begins to worry whether the law will break by installing a water wheel. Somewhere far away, it was at this point that Isaac hid behind the corner and watches the garden. He is embarrassed to give a bouquet to a girl who is now in the garden. At this time, in Valetta village, he asks if everything is fine. The girl is worried that Nelson learns about the new water canal because the peasants could not make a water wheel. Valetta asked the Koisur to teach her, but the hero was confused and replied that he would be too self-confident for that. The young man asks the girl if she would like to study with him. Valetta happily accepts this proposal, thanks the hero, and agrees. The hero recalls that Valetta always dreamed of leaving the village to find out something new. Kazur looks at her and notices how she rejoices in his offer. The hero offers the girl with everyone to make a water wheel. Kazura recalls that he had brought nails from Japan, but next time he wants to make them from bronze. The young man invites Valetta to study in the evenings after they fertilize the fields. The girl asks him to take care of her. The sun is slowly hiding behind the mountain range. The night is already coming, and with it, The day in the village ends. The hero had a lot of pain. He remembered how he loaded and transported fertilizers on the trolley. The hero confesses that he wants to massage. The father turns to Valetta. She asks her to take the Kasura home and make him a massage. But the young guy protests immediately. He is not at all liked. The girl quickly runs to the hero and asks him not to overstretch if he is tired. The Kazur notices their dirty hands and proposes to wash first. After a while, Kazura finds a book in his bag. Valetta looks interested in her. The hero explains that he took the books to study, but put it on the bag by accident. The girl does not understand what is depicted in the illustrations in the book, and says that the paper in it is very thin. Kazura tells her that these are pictures, images that convey reality. He also explains what material the pages of the magazine are made of. The Valetta flips the magazine. The hero asks her what she wants to learn. She replies that in the capital they study law, history, and theology. The Kazura says he will not be able to teach it this because in his country they are taught differently. The girl asks the hero to teach her writing of his country. She dreams of reading that interior magazine on her own. In response, the young man asks him to teach him to write and familiarize himself with Arcadia's alphabet. The hero smiles. The Kazur confesses that he is unable to read their alphabet. He proposes to start learning right now, but the girl interrupts him. Valetta begins to do a young man massage. She is wondering if he likes, and he replies that he is satisfied. The girl asks the hero not to worry and notes that it will not be easy to build a water wheel. The Kois adds that they need more nails. The hero notes that they do not have so many nails, so we need to go to the city and buy it. Returning to others, he asks whether there is a city nearby. Valetta said that in 2 days he is the city of Hysteria, the largest city in the possessions of Nelson. The girl is going to go to the city with the peasants. Kazur also wants to go to the city. After a while, Kazur already almost loses his self-control. However, Valent brings him Valen's clothes, and now everything has to do without complications. Kazur and Valetta are going to go to the city with Lodor, his wife Tiana, and daughter Mura. They are very pleased with such a company. The hero notices that Mura is very similar to her mother, except that she inherited her teeth from Lodura. Everyone has already prepared and can now go on the road. The group went on the road. Kazura wondered if the trip was really dangerous because everyone took with them weapons. The groom tells that sometimes wild animals or robbers can attack them. She is not very skillfully owned by the sword, but her father teaches her. Only the Larua has a real experience in battle. The Koi says that it will cope with a warty pig. The girl in response says that then she leaves the pig on him. A group of people went all day. Kazura treated Muri with sweets. They came across a small house. The hero wiped the shoe before entering. In the evening, they were hunted. In the morning, the group went on the road again. Soon, the trail under the feet became stone. The residents of Kazura reached the town of Panic. After passing through a huge gate, the characters were on the street, filled with people. The guy looks at the city with delight. Kazura thinks it looks exactly as in films about the Middle Ages. High walls began to erect around the city. Most likely, their construction began before the war. The main street is crowded. Various stores work around, serving buyers. In one of the shopping stores, Kazur and Valetta offer the buyer to buy firewood for 80 AR. A man says it's too expensive and he can only give 50 AR. Valetta replies that they will go to another place. Then the man asks her to wait and offers 55 Argentine pesos. Valetta says it can only reduce the price to 70 AR. The man explains that he cannot buy more than 62 AR. The girl replies that he will try to find the buyer elsewhere. The man adds, "If he does not find, let him turn to him." One of the satellites notes that Valetta was having a good trade. The girl replies that she was very worried because she doubted herself. Kazuo believes that she coped perfectly. Lo Dao and Tian are going to go to sell firewood. A woman also wants to sell animal skins. In the meantime, someone pulls the Kashurus by the sleeve. Murray holds the boy's sleeve and asks for his father to permission to go with him. The Koi's replies that it is not difficult for him to take it with him. The Loma agrees and asks the hero to look after his daughter. Tiana calls for a girl to listen to the casual. The girl rejoices. Valetta told the hero that together with others, she would go to sell Arcadian beetles and firewood to another place. Meanwhile, many locals and guests from other places gathered on the streets of the city. They all go near the shops. Kuzura told Muri that Valetta was trading successfully. She first sold firewood. The hero, along with the girls, followed the nails, and Valetta went to sell beetles. The characters finally find the right store. It looks like Universal. Kuzura goes inside and says that he came here for exchange. The store has many shelves with different goods. The young man and the girl look around. They come to an elderly woman. The Kuzura gets a thing out of the bag and says he wants to sell it. The woman replies that the little things are now buying reluctantly. The hero tells that it is an acaran musical instrument. The Kuzura demonstrates how to use it properly. The woman says in surprise that she has poor memory. Maya notes that the tune was very good. The woman asks how much this tool costs. Kazura was a little confused and offered her 20 ADs for 2 copies. The buyer agrees. The hero suddenly realizes that he does not have enough money. Then he gets a piece of pink quartz. The woman is immediately interested. Kazuo asks how much she is ready to pay for him. The woman offers 200 AR. The hero is shocked from that amount. Noticing this, it raises the bet and says 2,000 AR. The Kois cannot believe her words and asks again. Suddenly, Mior informs the hero that she found a stone here for 1,200 AR. The hero realizes that he wanted to deceive him. The Kois says it will sell a stone for 2,500 AR. If she doesn't buy it, we'll find another buyer. Kuzura thanks Moore and thinks it will be a fee for science. The hero puts a silver coin in 100 AR in the girl's palm. She says she has never seen one before. The Kazur is asked to the woman. She replies that she will tell anyone anything and will buy the goods at an honest price next time. A woman wants to buy and promises that he will no longer be tricky. Kazur replies that he no longer has such goods and sell the same thing several times. It would be unreasonable. The woman adds that he is not stupid at all. Suddenly, she sharply points to him and claims that he is completely defenseless. Kazur, stop 10 steps. The woman says that if he went with such things to another store, he would be suspected of theft and caused guard. The woman points to Murin and notes that she is very persistent. The silver coins she gave were real. A tired young man says he will not forget her words. Heroes leave the store. Meanwhile, the girl is hastily walking in a narrow street. Her heels are loudly tied on the pavement, and the dress flirts from the wind. A beautiful young lady quietly confesses to her maid that she does not even want to imagine a marriage with the merchant. She calls him stubborn and sighs. The maid advises a girl named Lisa. If you do not like the marriage, you better give up on him. Lisa replies Ailey that then rumors can go as if she likes an Isek. She remembers how he gave her a bouquet. Lisa says that her father probably wants to marry her husband, and therefore various stupid merchants and other men constantly give her gifts. The girl says she is tired and wants to sell gifts to go shopping. The maid does not have time to finish what is said because he encounters someone on the road. Kazur sits on the ground right in front of her. Holding on his chest, he confesses that he feels severe pain. Ayla has a hurry to apologize, assuring that she did not notice where she was going. She looks at the hero, frightened. Passers-by also pay attention to them. Lisa apologizes to the maid's behavior and is wondering if everything is fine with him. The young man assures that everything is fine with him and notes himself what Lisa is charming. The girl says that his things are scattered on the ground and asks Ayla to help gather them. Kazur is worried that they can find his things at the bottom of the bag. Suddenly, Lisa raises the lighter and asks what it is. The young man, in horror, explains that it also belongs to him. He does not have time to stop it. The girl quickly clicks on a lighter, and a fire flashes in front of her. Lisa rejects the lighter from her horror and screams loudly. The guards immediately approach her and ask what happened. One of the guards broke his arms behind his back and strictly ordered not to move. The hero was confused and could not believe what happened. The security guard broke up his hands behind his back. The young man justifies that he did nothing. The crowd watches carefully at this scene. Lodura comes to them and asks what the hero did. The guard is amazed and asks for who Lodura is the case. The guard warns that this guy can be a danger to the forest, Nelson's daughter. He decides to take the hero to the post. The Koisur is frightened and does not find a place of fear. Lisa says that the hero did not hurt her. Kazur and Lomur are apologizing. The guard is about to hit the hero, but Lisa orders him to let him go. The dissatisfied guard executes the order and releases the frame. Lodor apologizes before the forest. The girl looks under her feet, trying to find a lighter. She examines everything around, but finds nothing. The characters are imperceptibly mixed with the crowd and depart from the forest. Suddenly, Muir stops and returns to Kizura. She holds something in her hands. The girl puts a lighter on the palm of the hero. She hid her in advance. Kazur praises the girl and gently strokes her on her head. Thanks to her, everyone's saved. In the crowd, the heroes notice Valetta. The young man says he has already acquired everything he needed and shares with them what happened. After a while, the group returned to the village. They purchased many different things, including even chickens. Valetta proposes to sew clothes for her, thanks for her help. The hero agrees to this proposal because he does not want to be different in this world. Valen meets the youth, thanks Koishuria for help on the road, and invites everyone to the house. There was already a ready dinner in the house. The inhabitants of the village prepared fried fish and rice porridge. On the way, the heroes were eaten only canned food. Tiana notes that the hero had his legs. The young man explains that he was rubbed because he is not used to walking so much. Valetta joyfully runs to Kadzur with a bowl of water in her hands and seizes if she can wash her legs. The hero claims that he can handle himself. The girl notices that he is tired after the road and asks him to sit. Valetta carefully washes the young man's feet in a bowl of water. She looks at him shyly. The girl wants to tie the legs of the rabies, but he refuses. Valetta persuades him to agree. Others look closely at them and whisper together. After the procedure is completed, everyone is preparing for dinner. Many people have already gathered in one hall. Kazur gladly tastes a dish. Wallen asks the hero if he enjoyed his journey into madness. The hero remembers his whole journey and confesses that he really liked it. It was an unforgettable and amazing experience. Nodor says that it was possible to catch Omar thanks to Kasuri. They did not doubt his abilities. The man says that they sold the animal skin and bought 2 birds for that money. Everyone thanks the young man. The Koisur tells that he met the forest. She is very beautiful, smart, and good. The girl skillfully possesses the sword. The hero is delighted with Lisa. Muir says Kadzura sold something. The girl rejoices in this. The Meva tells that the hero sold a precious stone for 2,000 R. Everyone is surprised when they hear this news. During the dinner, the conversation does not subscribe. People discuss it with each other. The next morning, and the hero noticed that the potato grew great. It has grown so much thanks to fertilizers. A few days later, the potatoes were ripe. Valetta was glad, because thanks to the fertilizers, it was possible to save the dry field. An old woman says that thanks to the amazing things and food from the Kazur country, everyone worked for several days in a row. Thanks to the hero's instructions, the wheel has been almost built. There is more food, so people feel less fatigue. Butter says that she did not exhale her at all. The Kazura recalls how Leopard has fitted on Moore. He thinks that things from Japan have a special power. The hero thought, and at this time, the girl called him. The young man suggested going to look at the water wheel. The events unfold in the Nelson estate. The man, along with his daughter, is sitting at the table and dinner. Nelson notes that many men look after her, so it's time to choose a future husband. But the girl in response confesses that she hasn't thought about it yet. The man reassures her that he should not be incapable. Over time, she will definitely meet the one who will like it. Lisa's mother advises to choose her husband carefully. She believes that the family is of great importance, and the man should be reliable. Lisa agrees with her. Nelson agrees with the star and says he is ready to accept even an ordinary person, and will teach him everything he knows. In his room, Lisa is angry and does not know how to be next. She is madly angry. The girl dreams of a luxurious life. She says her father hinted at Isaac, but her mother wants to choose her husband. But the girl wants to decide her fate. The door knocked on the door. Lisa quickly brought herself and asked who was there. A maid, Illa, came to the room. She apologized and confessed that she did not know how to do. Lisa calmly asked her to calm down. Ayla said that in her pocket there was a strange decoration that belongs to the man she faced. Lisa never saw anything like that. Meanwhile, Nelson and Zirconium are discussing the construction of the fortress. They seek to have time to finish everything before the end of the truce. The woman says that during the war, the fortress is simply necessary, and there are enough people in the city to build it. Zirconium explains that food in the country is not enough because all resources have been directed to military exercises. The man replies that the famine was impossible to predict. The woman regrets not to think about everything and says with a joke that it is probably time to appear their mercy and save them from hunger. Nelson assures that this time he did not get angry with the peasants, so nothing will happen to their home. Zirconium asks how many people the fortress will be able to feed. The man replies that food is enough for 50 to 100 people. Then Zirconium says that you need to increase the reserves in case of emergency. Nelson says Isaac was upset through the report because he made mistakes in the calculations. The woman explains that Isaac has a very hard work. The star confidently says that they do not lose with the fortress and asks to rely on it. Nelson thanks his wife, adding that she is a real defender of Arcadia. The woman says she would not cope. Nelson is a real defender. The man asks whether they sent Isaac to find out how things were in the Grizz. The wife asks her husband about the village. At this point, Lisa and or do not know how to proceed. Lisa realizes that this unusual jewelry product belongs to the person. Zirconi tells his husband that Gracier will ever come back. Meanwhile, in the village of Gray, Katsura, and Valetta, they went to see how working on a water wheel was moving. The Koisur pours herbal tea into a mug. Valetta tries the drink and is very surprised. What it is delicious. The hero rejoices that both Valina and Valetta were satisfied with tea. The girl flips the magazine and talks about plants. The tale became interested and wanted to grow something. For a while, Kazura goes to the store, and the consultant immediately recognizes him. The young man came here to buy seeds and seedlings of plants. He planned to conduct his own experiment. The consultant says he can immediately pack the goods with a large party. But this time, Kazura wants to buy only 2 to 3 pots. The hero goes into the tunnel, keeping the packages from the store. While he was there, the young man also decided to buy souvenirs for the villagers. Finally, the connoisseur found time to bury a skeleton that had been lying in the tunnel for a long time. He apologized to him for having delayed it for so long. The hero leaves a bottle of alcohol on the grave because he cannot install a tombstone. Praying, Kazura goes to the village. When the young man goes, the boy looks out from behind the tree. The child does not believe that the kois just came out of the forest and suspects that he is gray-skinned. Of course, he wanted to see himself, but did not notice anything. The peasants do not want the connoisseur to know. They have long known that he is Gracier. They are afraid that if he learns about it, he will not go back, because even the child will remember this ancient legend. One day, a terrible drought fell on Arcadia, which led to a cruel famine. When the Lord took away all that remained from food, a stranger came to the village in a strange dress. He shared food with locals and saved many from death. His food added strength to people and helped to withstand difficulties. The man disappeared for a short time, but soon returned with the promised provision. But one day, the greedy gentleman with his servants seized this man. They threw him a rope around his neck, took away the visa, and ordered him to take it all where he came from. The man became very sad, and as soon as the rope was removed, he immediately fled. The man skillfully evaded the strokes of the sword of the Lord and ran until he reached the forest on the outskirts of the village. Suddenly, this man disappeared and never returned again. Subsequently, the owner and all his servants were seriously ill. When the owner died, the rain finally shed over the village, and the drought ended. The suffering of people stopped. Rumors spread in the village that the man was the god of kindness and harvest. The child remembers the legend and thinks, because it does not say anything about what will come with Gracier if you open his true face. Of course, he believes that this is the forest from the legend, but if he did not try to find a way out, he constantly returns to the entrance to the forest. In the end, the child runs home. Meanwhile, Valetta, along with the ski, plant plants. The girl adds mint to the fertilizer, and the symbol of pagan leaves unchanged. The young man reads the instructions and learns that they have little seeds that can be planted in the summer. The letter states that rosemary and lemon balm can be planted in the summer in a cool shade. Kazura was surprised how well the girl was already reading Japanese. She smiled and replied that she was very interesting, so she easily remembers everything she reads. The hero notes that the girl has a wonderful memory. She replies that she studied even late at night. Kazura says that she has a really strong motivation. Youth is looking for shady places to plant plants. Valetta, with a smile, says it's a lot of fun. Kazura agrees with her. Later, at lunch, Valen tried sake, which was given to him by a young guy. Kazura bought 2 bottles and left one of them on the grave as a trays. Valen is still asking for a drink, but Valetta does not allow him a lot of alcohol. Kazura is wondering whether alcohol is often consumed in the village. Valen replies that they mostly bought a white drink for the holidays and then drank together. A few days later, the rabbit wore a specially sewn clothes for him and was pleased. Bellica reported that the first sprouts had already appeared in the arugula. The protagonist wondered if the fertilizer should be changed. The guy notes that herbs are growing well, and he wants to look after the sprouts. The girl says that everyone should already return. The residents will collect a new water wheel. The girl is worried. If the wheel does not rotate, they will think what to do next, and until they drink hibiscus tea with honey. Valetta confidently says that the wheel will definitely work, because the peasant carefully made all his details, and even the drawing of the wheel made Katsura himself. The hero assures that Valetta checked the drawing, so everything is fine. The girl is embarrassed by his words. The girl looks at the water wheel. Katsura tells everyone that they will now make a new wheel. Everyone work together and helps each other as soon as they can. Residents remove the old wheel. Katsura explains that it needs to be dried because it is dangerous to carry the wheel when it is wet. The young man says that just wipe the wheel is not enough. It should be well dried in the sun on all sides. The hero says, this time the drought played them. Valetta agrees with him and believes that with the advent of Katsura, the village seemed to come to life. The girl looks carefully at the young man. She still does not believe that he is really grey. The Katsura really cares for this village, but outwardly unlike the god she imagined. The girl really wants to know why this young man was in their village. Valetta cannot understand why God returned, because their ancestors treated him very cruelly. The girl thought, because the answer of Katsura seemed strange to her, as if he were just living somewhere nearby. She rejoices when the hero comes to the village, although no one understands anything. Katsura is not at all like God. The volatile believes that if the Kuja is not a shepherd, then it is probably an ordinary person who came here from another world. The girl from this thought is amazed. The young man notices that she looks at him and asks what happened. The girl did not expect such a question. Valetta is nervous and asks the hero if he is a person. The Kusura hesitates a little with the answer, but still says so. The girl asks if he is not a person. On her face, a fright is clearly visible. The Koisur is surprised by such a reaction. He assures that he is a man and no different from others, but the girl does not believe him. In the letter, she writes that she considers the Sadzur Gracier. She adds that everyone in the village thinks the same. The young man guesses what is being said. Kazura said he had already heard of a slurry. He explained that grey symbolizes kindness and yield. Kazura assured that there was a misunderstanding. Valetta also noted that he is very similar to a hero of legends. The girl says that she once saw a man who was very look-like. Kazura interrupts her, noting that she couldn't live for so long. He wants to explain everything right, but the girl asks him not to change her behavior and be as always. Because everyone considers him God, the girl wants people to think that the legend comes to life again. She is afraid that he will be asked, and rumors can reach the nobility. The Kazur understands what is being discussed. He thinks that if he is considered God, this is exactly how he will be treated. The hero says he is counting on the support of Valetta if something suddenly goes wrong. For the cable car is similar to bright light. It seems as if she was standing behind him in the dark, and suddenly he lit up, incredibly illuminating everything around. The girl looks at the young man. He extends his hand to her. Valetta reaches him and to the light coming from him. She smiles and tells him that he relied on her to support and help. She has already studied English. Valetta put her hand on the Katsura hand. The young man suggested that she join others and assist with preparation. The joyful girl willingly agreed. Together with Kazur and Valetta, the peasants gathered a new water wheel. The hero says it will be great if everything works properly. The girl removes the board, the wheel begins to rotate, and the water is fun. The hero looks closely at the construction. Valetta is suitable and wondered what he thinks. Then the hero asks her if she was worried. The Kois notes that the flow of water is weaker than that of the previous wheel. He believes that water should accumulate in the canal. The Kois asks the residents if they are already returning to the village because they want to start disassembling the old wheel. Men say that you do not need to do it and just lift the wheel. The hero is stunned because one wheel weighs about 400 pounds. Valetta calls the young man to return. The Kazur imagined for a moment how the girl could crush the apple with one hand. His gaze embarrassed her. The characters went to the village. The next morning, Kazura and Wallet went to the forest. The girl really wanted to visit Japan. Last night, the hero told her about this country. And now, Valetta dreamed of visiting her with him. At first, the hero decides to go to the clothes and shoes store to buy them for Valetta. She apologizes that it makes him spend money and offers to sell insects there to help. However, the hero believes that this is a bad idea. The young man says that in the forest there are his marks not to get lost. According to legend, if you go into this forest, you will return to the beginning all the time, and it will be impossible to get out. Kazur tells the girl that he left the mark on the tree, and they are already near the destination. Suddenly, he notices that there is no veil near him. The girl is not visible anywhere. The hero does not understand where she disappeared, because they just talked. It seems to him that everything happened exactly as the legend was told. Valetta stands alone in the middle of the forest. She remembers that the Kazur was just near, but suddenly disappeared. She is unexpectedly hearing as he calls her from behind. The hero rejoices that the girl was found. Valetta asks why he followed her. He confesses that he does not know himself. Remembering the legend, he just ran back. The girl was upset. She said that if everything happened, as in a legend, she would not be able to go through the forest. The Kazur offered a new way. The hero took her hand and assured that they could go through the forest. Then he suggested that she try again. The characters were again in the right place. Valetta threw a stone, and he flew through. She took the cashery firmly, and they moved forward together. There was something surprised by the case. The hero again noticed that the girl had disappeared. He did not understand what was happening. Kazur returned to the girl. She was upset because she wanted to see Japan. The girl apologized for her selfishness. The protagonist assured her that everything is not the way she thinks. The young man is sure you can find another way. He notices how an upset girl. She asks for his help. The hero agrees to fulfill her request. Valetta asks the hero to bring her canned peaches. He responds in surprise to this request, but he agrees. He says he will quickly buy them and soon return. The hero asks Valetta to wait at home. The girl goes next to the hero. She says she needs to come together with Kazura. She decides to make every effort. The young man stands before entering the tunnel. He looks at the grave and realizes that the previous Grey Divide, which lived many centuries ago, is buried here. He was wounded by a sword and exhausted and could not go back. Kazura decides that this man also passed through the door and is probably his ancestor. Whether other relatives knew about the secret passage, he is not sure. The hero decides to just talk about it with his father. A few days later, Valetta sits in the evening and reads the Book of Casters. Before you go to bed, it goes to the kitchen to drink water. The girl looks into the Kusura room, but he is not there. She thinks if it's not cold on the street. She opens the door and meets the hero. He is immediately worried about whether she was injured, but everything is fine. Kazura is wondering why she is not sleeping yet. The girl explains that she got up to drink water and noticed that he was not in the room. He always wakes up early. The young man confesses that he was worried about her. He could not sleep, so he went to look at the dawn. Kazura and Valetta look at the sky, lit with stars. Among them are bright meteors. The hero is wondering if a girl has been liked to watch the stars. The guy says He sees this for the first time, because in Japan, the sky is always drawn in dirt. Due to harmful gases, the sky is not so clean. He really likes the clear sky he sees now. The girl looks carefully at the hero. It would be great if he could stay here forever. She really wants it. The girl tells you that you can admire the stars and breathe in clean air every day. Kazuo is very fond of the atmosphere of this village. He thinks of not staying here forever. The next morning, Kazuo, along with Valetta, feed the birds with feed, which he brought from Japan. The young man dreams that the chickens start to carry the eggs, and the girl hopes that growing poultry will later bring the village profit. Kazuo notes that Valetta is developing very quickly. He offers her to buy books about poultry. The heroes are seen by a crowd of people. The hero notes that guests appeared in the village. As soon as everyone noticed the frame, there is silence in the room. The girl asks what happened. The young guy replies to her that an army of hysteria is moving to the village, about 100. The Kois says it will remain in their room. Residents do not want the Kois to be taken away, as it was in the legend, so they ask the elder to open a weapon. Valen believes that it is pointless to go against the army. The locals say that they are rescued again thanks to Gray. They know, if the error is repeated, this time he will not forgive them. Valent realizes that if you come with a weapon, people can suffer. Valetta says that if the army is hostile, they will have to take up their weapons. Residents are glad that she also thinks. She says they only use it as a last resort. They do not have to fight the army to protect the grace. Residents do not understand what is happening. The girl says they need to try to act differently, especially they do not even know why the army actually came. The man adds that the elder should also meet the chief. Valetta believes that since they have reported their arrival in advance, they are unlikely to intend to capture the Kazuo. But despite this, everyone in the village is still afraid. In the meantime, Kazuo collects his things. The room comes to the room. The hero says he is hiding in Japan for a while. The guy is wondering why the army is here. The girl replies that apparently they conduct training or test. The hero will soon be able to return. Kasurus was frightened that it was to blame for her collision with the forest. She thought that everyone should hide their things. Valetta was already hiding her. The hero, meanwhile, goes away. Meanwhile, the army, led by Isekai'D, reached the grass. His partner assured that their detachment was very successful. A young man with dark hair confesses that it was not easy to keep a pace near Zirconia. She is engaged in very grueling workouts. Isekai'D envies it. After grueling training with zirconium the next day, the body literally refused to move. Isekai'D says good military training is always a plus. Here, all the soldiers are aristocrats. They do not have servants, so they gradually equip the camp. Isekai'D says he is going to visit the village and leaves command for Havil. Havil asks for permission to replenish water. Isekai'D appeals to Valen and Valetta to allow him to use the village channel. Valina allows. Due to their physique and weapons on the belt, the peasants immediately realized who Isekai'D was. Now he wants to get around the village as soon as possible and look at everything. Isekai'D notices a large potato bud in the village. He is interested in how they manage to grow vegetables. Valetta explains that they added to the soil on the field of humus from the forest. The young commander notes that you are waiting for the village of legends and predicts a good harvest. Isekai'D is interested. Tell him more about this channel. Judging by the location of the river, it was simply impossible to build it. He asks how they succeeded. Valen says that Valetta was coming up with a water wheel through which the water flows continuously. He really wants to show this wheel of Isekai'D. When Isekai'D saw the wheel, he exclaimed, he calls the wheel beautiful, and the hero looks in surprise how the water rises higher. Isekai'D asks whether they have any documents on the wheel. Valetta replies that they have done all the work on the process. And now, there are no records. The young man asks to explain to him in simple words how the wheel works and how to make it. The girl tries to tell the hero what the wheel is made of and how it is arranged. After a while, Isaac says goodbye to Valin and reminds him of preparation for the next tax collection. After that, the hero leaves the village. Isaac notices that the situation in the village has become better, but he does not leave the suspicion of a water wheel. He understands that people without education would not be able to invent such a complex thing on their own. The hero is followed by a boy who hid behind a tree. Isaac notices him, smiles, and waves his hand. Of course, he notices that the armor is noticeable. Isaac has a high status. The young man invites the child to go to look at the army, but first advises to ask the parents' permission. Isaac approaches the baby and, cunning, asks if she knows the name of the one who invented the water wheel. The child, not suspecting, says that this man is called Kizura. Isaac in surprise. The young man realizes that he was lied in the village. Now, he wants to talk to the Kazur's name and asks to take him to him. Corsi says that the Kazur briefly returned to the divine world, but now he disappeared again. Isaac does not believe him. Corsa can prove it. The child shows in the forest and is surprised that Isaac does not know it, because he has been in their village many times. Isaac says that this is the forest from which Gracier comes from. He adds that he really knew about this place. The stunned Isaac asks whether the Kois came to this forest. Corsi realized what Isaac was saying. The frightened baby quickly runs home, away from Isaac. The young man finds himself in the middle of the village. The wind rises, lifting and picking up the leaves in the air. Events begin in the house of parents of Kizura. The young guy with his dad and his mother lunch. The hero notes that anywhere rice is not as tasty as it is cooked at home. The Kazur does not stop eating, as if he could not stop. He says that after hard work, his appetite is only growing. And at this time, the hero thought about Valetta. The young man is going to go on the road. The main character's father extends him a large suitcase, saying that he made everything necessary for the journey. The Kazur addresses his father to question the door with the castle in the estate. However, the father of the hero did not even hear about such a place. The young man is very surprised by this answer. The father asks the Kazur to call more often because they are worried. The hero says goodbye and is worried about the road if everything is well in the village of Gracier. Subsequently, in the village, several soldiers secretly monitor the inhabitants. Two people step along the channel. Kazura asks Valetta if the soldiers have already gone. The girl replies that part of the axis of the wheel worn. The hero agrees with her and offers help by replacing the worn-out part. Suddenly, Isaac, along with the soldiers, approaches the heroes. He strictly demands explanations in the case and says that he is not a local resident. The hero is surprised by their appearance. He hastily closes Valetta and cannot understand how they learned about him. Kazur realizes that this situation needs to be solved in order not to have more serious problems. Valetta tries to justify herself, but Isaac does not even want to listen to her. The protagonist thinks about how to talk to a young Ison. Kazura tells him that he is a traveler. He passed nearby, accidentally came across the village, and decided to stay here for a short time. Isaac does not trust his words and asks which country he arrived. The hero realized that it would not be easy to deceive him. He said he wanted to help people and came here from the divine world, which is behind the forest. The soldiers were stunned by this news. Isaac says, "This story does not come together." The Kois replies that even in the world of God, there are merchants who can get lost. The speech covers the hero with his body and says that it was he who saved them, that he is the very kindness. She tells the truth and the soldiers begin to realize it. Isaac confesses that he did not even suspect that Gracier was also engaged in trade. Then Summer explains that in the world created by God, there are also merchants. The young commander of the army orders his soldiers to arrest the Kazur. The hero thinks that now everything happens in the same way as in a legend. Isaac is wondering if the Kasura has invented the wheel. Looking at the leaf in a notebook, he notes that it is very convenient to write a pen. Isaac asks Valetta why people think that Koisur is a grass. He is wondering what this idea is based on. The Kusura nodded the girl. The hero understands that now there is no point in lying. Valetta says that everything happens just like in an ancient legend. Kusura brought food and saved the village from starvation. And Isaac asks where this food is. The hero recalls that there is a bag in the house, which may have evidence of his honesty. He says that there is a bag behind Valen's house. Other homes can also have food. Isaac orders to solve the Kuzur. One of the soldiers explains that it is only to support the legend and warns not to run away, because then his guilt will become even greater. The Kusura asks what he is guilty of. Ruth's soldier says that the hero had cleared and left the country illegally. He has the right to reward because he arrived from another place or helps with illegal movements. Kazur was surprised that the laws in this world were much better than he expected, but he does not like what he learned about it in his own experience. Isaac says it will continue the investigation into a state of true tension. The Kois inquires whether all the charges will be removed if he proves that he is a Gracier. Isaac confirms this, but adds, if he is deceived, he will certainly be punished. For what he called the name of the god Kasur, he should snatch his tongue. He considers it very cruel. To begin with, he proposes to visit the village, because he has luggage from the lands of God. One of the soldiers in the village reports that all residents remained in their homes. Meanwhile, the deputy captain checks the elderly house. The deputy captain ordered not to touch the house. Isaac praised Havil for obeying. Kuzura thought that with such a depressed atmosphere, no one would raise the uprising to save him. Isaac turns to the Kuzura and tells him to follow him to the breast of the elder. He assures that he should not be afraid and asks not to keep up. Havil and Valine stand near the house. Havil calls Isaac, and Valine rejoices when he saw that the Koisur is okay. Kuzura says he was opened, but he is not going to leave the village. Gafl asks why it is called Gracier. Isaac asks everyone to enter the home. Kuzura believes that if Isaac shows various tools, he thinks that he is really Gracier. However, he is concerned about what is next. The hero understands that as soon as the superiors will receive Isaac report, they will use it to their interests. He could get to Japan himself, but then what happens to everyone who lives here? The young man seeks to solve everything peacefully. Initially, he must convince Isaac that he is really a Gracier, and he will think of another later. On the floor are a bag and a suitcase. Isaac asks whether it is all out of the skin. The young man is amazed at this issue. Kuzura says it is made of oil, burning water from God's world. Isaac is amazed. The hero says he wants to show what is in the bag. The young man gets the flashlight and turns it on. There is light on the wall. Isaac and Havil are delighted to look at what they saw. The Kuzura explains that this cylinder retains the power of the spirit of light. He gets a can and says that food can be stored in such containers for many years until she has expired. He then proposes to open one of the cans. Isaac, with excitement, says it will open it. Kuzura realizes that no one believes him. Isaac adds that all these evidence does not make it Gracier. The hero understands that there is a single way out. The Kazur rises and says He wants to show something to everyone. He invites everyone to follow him. Isaac is wondering where they go. In the forest, heroes stand at the entrance to the world of Kusura. He explains that this entrance is the land of the gods. The hero says that no one can go through. He extends his hand to Valetta and turns to it. The girl understands him even without words. Valetta passes through the entrance and simply disappears in the eyes. The soldiers froze in surprise without believing what they just saw. Kusura says that Valetta has recently settled at the entrance to the forest. He believes that the same will happen to others. The Kusura offers Isaac to try himself, but the hero does not answer anything. Suddenly, Isaac stands on one knee and apologizes to Kusura for all his rudeness. He confesses that all the guilt lies on it, and forgives in his subordinates. In response, he is ready to give his life. Kusura and Havil try to stop it. Kusura convinces not to do this, but Isaac says he does not know another way to apologize. The hero assures that Isaac has honestly fulfilled his duty and all his iniquities have been forgiven. Isaac says he had tied him up and treated him with disrespect. This attitude to God cannot be forgiven. Kusura tries to convince him in the opposite. He says that all the sins of Isaac are forgiven. Havil stands on one knee and turns to the casual. The young man says that the famine broke out in Arcadia. Many people suffer, and he begs the Kusura to help them. The hero understands that such events were inevitable. Isaac says that the royal family and local nobility have already tried all possible options. Kusura is wondering how many people live in the country. Soldiers reply that the population is about 2 million. The Kusura says he cannot help everyone at once. Soldiers in despair. The young man claims that he is not going to leave his own. He wants to tell everyone how to increase the crop and what tools will be needed. The hero puts forward the only condition: not to touch the village of Gracier and not to interfere in his affairs. The Kusura asks not to relocate residents and collect taxes honestly, and Isaac asks if they need to be treated with respect. Isaac and Havil have promised to personally convey the conditions to the Lord and fulfill the desire of the Koisur. The hero understood that it would not be easy to help this country, but charges of crime. Even worse. Valetta approached men. The Kusura said he was difficult now, and he would leave the girl for a while. Isaac was surprised that the hero himself agreed to leave. The Volt exclaims that he will only go with the ski. Isaac says that if Kusura wants, the girl can go with him. It will be easier to explain everything, and it will reassure the peasants. The young man agrees and says that in this case, the Summer and the Vallon will go with him. Isaac orders Govella to let the soldiers go. They have to tell everyone that the Kois is a noble messenger from another country. Kusura believes that these soldiers decided not to report to the elders. They will definitely keep the secret about Grace. Now, it's your secret. If rumors begin, everything will turn into trouble. Valetta and Kusura go to the house. The hero plans to bring canned food with him, but hesitates whether to take a suitcase. The young man proposes to return her extra back to Japan, because if necessary, they will be able to send them. Kusura still does not know what lies in a suitcase. There are many different things in your suitcase. There is even a sword, a gas mask, and strange gloves. Kusura recalls how his father told him that all this would be useful for living in the village. The hero realizes that his father knew from the very beginning about the secret door. In his hands, he has a bulletproof vest. Valetta holds the sword and says that the labels are visible. This sword has already been used, but he is in good condition and well groomed. The girl is worried that the Kusura may not return. She understands that he will be asked to share any other knowledge not just about the water wheel. Lord probably wants to leave him next to him. The hero assures that everything will be good, because he can use the absolute power of God to go back. And the girl at this time also went to prepare. The Kusura tells the peasants that he returns to the past for a short time to meet the master and share with him his wisdom. The hero says he goes voluntarily and promises to return. Valetta and Valen go with him. At this point, someone calls the hero. Of course, he approaches the hero with tears in his eyes. Kudzura assures that everything is fine with him and promises to play together when he returns. Isek says Corsi so that he does not bother Gracier. The Kazur intercells and asks him not to be so harsh with the child. The Koisur turns to the residents and promises that he will definitely return. He calls them not to worry and despair. The young man, along with Valetta, Valind and soldiers, Ison and Gevil, heads towards his fate, leaving a trace in history. When Kazura sat on a white horse, the whole group followed him. Havo watched with a smile as Kadus clumsily holding the ledge. He felt a little excitement before this journey. For a while, they finally got to the right place. The soldier helped Kasuri get off his horse, noticing that he had tired from the road. The young man thanked for his help and said that this journey to the riot was really tired. Kuzura was surprised that this horse did not have stirrups and felt the body from a hard saddle, although riding is still better than walking. Valetta approached him and stretched a flask with water. Havil approached Kasura and reported that there was only bread and dried meat in the camp for lunch. That's all the soldiers have taken with them. Kasura immediately realized that these were ordinary military soldering and said there was nothing wrong with that. The young man turned to the man nearby and noted that even with food, the best conditions for the military. He smiled in response and explained that it was a special unit, and all the soldiers here were the sons of the aristocrats. Kuzura was surprised and asked again. The man explained that all the soldiers had daggers on the belts, decorated with the coats of arms of their families, and Isaac and Havil stood higher than the rank of others. These warriors gained experience here to better manage their detachments. Cadius looked at soldiers who could not put a tent and thought that they were still lacking in experience because they were new to them. Caduz himself was 25 years old, and these soldiers were even younger than him. Isaac called him and said that the tent was ready. The Khazar followed him and approached the tent. The young man looked inside and said that it was very good. Isaac told him that the dinner would be soon. Sitting at the table, the young man noted that it is very cozy here. Such a large tent took a lot of space in the cart, but he smiled and added that they could finally spend the night without cold. At this time, soldiers with food came to the tent, carefully put dishes on the table, bowed, and went out. Kuzura looked at the food and noted that the portions are so large that you will not say that there is a lack of products in the country. Others agreed with his opinion, and the guy thought that he was so generously fed because of the special attitude of the soldiers to him. Valetta, along with his father, easily took the bread into his hands, broke it, and started eating. Kazuri was difficult to break his piece. He decided that the bread was covered. Valetta agreed with this and suggested to exchange, but he refused. After that, the Kadus remains only to taste this bread. The guy did not believe that the bread could be so stale, so he plunged him into a plate. At that moment, he remembered how once in the Soviet army, they distributed the same bread. At this time, in another tent, Havil noted that they were lagging behind the graphics. He added that the soldiers were used to all others, so there are problems with the breakdown of the camp. And Isaac noted that younger nobles show better results during training than others. Isaac said that he was initially going to come to Hysteria tomorrow afternoon, but now everything has changed. When he arrives, Isaac wants to ask Nelson to organize a meeting with the frame and hopes that he will be able to explain the reasons for such a request. Havil asked Isaac if he would not be against if the Ruxan would be offered hospitality. Isaac replied that he was better off to get a report on arrival and also invite the Kasuras to his home. Havil noted that he was convenient to invite Hausur to his home, so he will be able to personally give instructions to his servant. Isaac agreed and entrusted Hausur's worries of Havila. When Isaac was going to go, he said he would tell Isaac about everything they had discussed and asked if Havil was going to rest. Havil agreed and sighed heavily with fatigue. Walking the street at night, the Kasura was glad that there were only mansions here. He wondered if there were the same houses in the city center where the fuss always prevails. But most of all, he was concerned that she and her father may have to spend the night. Havil pointed to his mansion and suggested that the Kazuri follow him. The Kazura was confused and froze in place, so Havil called him. When they got to the mansion, the servant met the owner warmly. Havil said he brought an important guest and instructed Marie to prepare dinner and dial a bath. The guests were invited to a beautiful room. Kudzura said they were allowed to stay here only to impress him. After all, he did not believe that Gavil and Isaac really tried for them. The young man said it was for the better, because they would not be harmful, and so they would be able to build a good relationship. He baked a piece of apple and thought that he now had a rare opportunity to treat himself with something from the owner's table. Valetta wondered if it was difficult for him to go. The young man replied that he was very tired. Kudzura said he first wanted to discuss everything with Valetta and her father before meeting with Lord. They should decide in advance what answers will be asked. It is especially important to hide the true strength of the peasants, which they received through food, and not to talk about special drinks. The young man managed to say this only because they knocked on the door. Marie entered the room and reported that the bath was ready. Now Kazura had to go first. After holding it, the maid suggested helping his clothes. Kazura froze from surprise. He turned away, ashamed, and thought whether it was normal. At this point, he noticed a man with scissors behind his back, and while he looked at him, Marie took his clothes from him. Kazura said he could take it on his own. Maria agreed and promised that she would prepare fresh clothes for him when it turned out. The young man sighed lightly, but forgot about that man. He assured the Kuzur that he could rely on him and even offered to knock the body. However, he was angry with the man because he considered it quite superfluous. Then Gaval gave the servant that tomorrow the crew would wait for them. He also asked the man to be kind to the peasant guests and not to treat them strictly. He ordered the servant to feed them and accept them well. He was surprised that Havil treats the ordinary peasants, not the nobility. Havil replied that there are many such peasants. Then he began to go and said the servant to do everything he needed. Before going, Havo explained that his father and older brother would come in 5 days. The servant replied that they are now on the lands of Gregold, near the border with Hysteria. Havo has already left this place. After a while, he invited the guests to the living room, where there was already a covered table. He reported that they had tried to prepare the most exquisite dinner for them. Sitting at the table, the Kusura noted that everything looks great. Valetta also confessed that she had not seen anything like this before. Havil told them that he did not need to restrain himself, so the Kusura decided to start eating. Having tasted the dish, he exclaimed that he was delicious. He laughed happy, because the meat with pepper turned out to be delicious. Hawa rejoiced that they liked the food. While they enjoyed the food, Havil asked the Kasura to ask. He said that if the Kasuri was needed, let him just say, Havil will be able to get everything he needs. Kazur said with a smile that it was a very generous offer, and so he agrees. Seeing this, Havil bowed deeply and thanked him for his consent. After dinner, Kudzura noted that the dish was delicious, but he dropped. Valetta saw the guy holding his stomach and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he had something happen to his stomach. Valetta thought about it because Zura told her that he was really very hungry at that moment. It all started yesterday, and no matter how much he eats, he does not feel satiety. The guy rose from his place, decided to have a snack, but suddenly his legs trembled and he fell. Valetta grabbed him and shouted. Kudzura apologized to her because he felt severe dizziness. The young man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and suddenly noticed that his hand would tremble a lot. At that moment, he mentioned what happened to him earlier. At that moment, his hands no longer trembled, and he thanked Valetta for his help with the opening of canned food. He explained that he probably had a reduced blood sugar, because when he worked for the company and did not eat for a long time, he felt the same symptoms. But Valetta explained that she read about this earlier. This happens when glucose is not enough in the blood. It turned out that Kazur just did not eat for a long time. But as he ate the canned food, he was better. The young man felt better and decided that the food was low-calorie here, so he remained hungry. He also noticed that people in this world are very durable and may not eat for a long time. It was very surprised. Kazura suggested that food from Japan has special properties here. The young guy still did not understand much. At that moment, he plunged into his thoughts, and it was then that Valetta called him. At the same time, Isekai'D talked to a man who was amazed and asked who appeared. Isekai'D replied that in the village they met Gray. The man realized what was happening and accepted the skill for God from legends. Isekai'D said a week ago in the village received supplies with food. The man asked if Gracier saw. He addressed him as Nelson and said that they had seen Gracier himself, and Nelson would meet him tomorrow. He was very angered, and he said he would not be able to meet Grace so quickly. Isekai'D explained that in order to keep the secret, they decided to settle the frame with the Ruthenian family. Nelson asked what Gracier wanted to talk to him. Isekai'D explained that Gracier wants to help them and alleviate their suffering from starvation. Isekai'D said Grace is real. After that, he went to report it to Havil. The woman approached Nelson and wondered what had happened. Nelson explained that Sirochka is a native of the mountain region in the northwest. The woman confirmed it. Then Nelson said he wanted to offer her cooperation. In the morning, the rabbit and others went to meet with Nelson. After a while, they arrived. The place where they got was reminiscent of the fortress. In this place of the building stood around the perimeter, and in the center was the main cell. In the residential sector, Isekai'D knocked on the door and reported that he brought the guest with him. When the door opened, the Kazur was worried and swallowed the ball in the throat, seeing on the threshold of Nelson. Isekai'D presented Koisur, Watlin, and his daughter. Kazura sincerely greeted and also called his name Nelson. He smiled kindly. He introduced himself as the commander of the army Hysteria and called the woman behind his wife a star. Nelson sincerely thanked Kashuri for his support. Isekai'D and Gavil were surprised to ask what was happening. Nielsen replied that he was little known on agriculture, but his military affairs are familiar to him. Nielsen's courtesy was so impressed by Isekai'D and Gavila that they were stunned. The Koisur did not delay and immediately went to the discussion. He asked what happened and why his help needed. Nelson replied that thanks to the Kois, they would quickly restore everything, and he had one request to the Kusura. He was told that Kizur had special tools, and he wanted to see them. The guy replied that he did not deny, and asked Isekai'D and Gavila to bring these tools. When they came, The Kazur laid out the devices on the table and asked where to start. Nelson and Zirconia were surprised to see these tools. Kazura decided to start with a lantern that he gave a glowing through the power of the spirit of light inside. This lantern did not give warmth, but illuminated everything around. Zirconia was delighted. But Nelson reassured her and asked to speak in a normal tone. The woman agreed and apologized to the skate for her insincerity. The young man was surprised by her words. Then Zirconia said that the Kusura may have an imposter. They spoke in different languages, inherent in different areas. When she spoke in the language of the Southern Islands and her native language, the Koisur did not respond at all. The young man was stunned. He realized that they did not speak Japanese all this time and suspected that they were moaning. Nelson confessed that he did not believe in this story at first, so he apologized for his behavior. Kuzura replied that everything was fine. He thought he had already reached his own. Kuzura said the lantern could break through the rain. Nelson lifted the lantern and asked what the transparent part was made of. The young man replied that the shield was made of plastic, and this material is quite strong. The star wondered that plastic can really make different equipment. However, Kudus noted that plastic is not so reliable, so he decided not to talk about the shield. Then, he got something that surprised everyone. It was a canned food that has long been stored. Nelson wanted to try it, and Kazura allowed it. There was a tension in the air. Nelson asked Isaac if he wanted to taste the dish, and Isaac agreed. He said, "The food is delicious, and the shelf life is simply impressive." Hawa also wanted to try, and Valetta went on a plate. Nelson said that this dish could save people, and added that he wanted to learn how to cook it. Kuzura said he was sorry for them in this situation, but he still will not share with them all his knowledge. He has already proved that he is God, but is not going to give knowledge without restrictions. He mentioned that he had already presented the village of a water wheel, but was not going to part with technologies. He decided to show Nelson another interesting thing. After he showed everything, Nelson thanked him, and they decided to talk about their lands. Zirconia followed the documents and asked Isaac to help. Nolan noted that the papers were secret, so Valetta and Old Age had to come out. Havil suggested that guests wait in another room. Nelson agreed that this is a good idea. The Kusura supported both of them and recalled the promise. This was immediately interested in Nelson. Kusura said that Havil promised him not to interfere with Greece. Nelson assured that he would adhere to this promise and thanked for his help. After that, Havil drove Valetta and the old man to another room. Kasur was surprised by the large number of papers he brought with him. Nelson explained that it was the northern and western regions that were most affected by drought. Then the Kasura realized that he could not read the words in these documents. Nelson said that part of the budget was spent on the army, but decided not to resort to details because there are many different circumstances. The Koisur said he would cope with this problem, but he needed help, and everyone would have to combine efforts to resolve the issue with floods and sanitary. Nelson rejoiced and thanked Krasuri for his help. The young man said that in 2 days it is necessary to prepare everything you need. Then Nelson wondered what to cook. Kazura replied that he had at least 3 bags of the right size. Nelson ordered Isaac to bring them, but the Koisur said that he had no time to make an order, and he urgently needs 3,000 bags. Isaac was shocked when he heard that the Kusura also insists that the bags had ties. He ordered the preparation of many carts so that the bags could be transported and a caravan protect. In total, 300 people ready for such work will be required for this case. Nelson also surprised it, but he agreed. The star said she still had a meeting with officers. The Kusura asked her to stay, and she had to agree. The cards were already waiting for them in the yard. Kizura said Valetta that he would return in 3 days and asked to give gratitude to all residents of the village. The girl was sad because they would have to divorce. The young man wanted to ask her to stay, but did not find the courage to say it. He understood that if he leaves her here, he would continue to rely on her, and he did not need it. From the very beginning, he did not want to create the troubles of the inhabitants of Gracier, because he sought to protect them. Suddenly, Valetta asked Gracier to return as soon as possible, and the guy stroked her on his head. During the trip, one of the soldiers suggested that Valetta sit near the cart, and he agreed. He suggested that Valetta drink, and he agreed. The soldier said he also had a daughter, and confessed that he was disturbing him because of it. He wondered why Valetta was so sad. Valetta confessed that he did not understand it himself, because Valetta changed after she had left Hysteria. The soldier suggested that the cause could be in Gracier, but Valetta denied the opinion. The soldier told Valetta that it was not necessary to interfere with other people's heartfathers. This made Valetta think, how would you do in such a situation? The soldier asked where Vena's wife is now, and he replied that she had died. Then the soldier said he had lost his 2 brothers. Meanwhile, Gracier and Havil were near the river, which often exits the shores. Havil showed the place where the water spills around. The young man asked Havil to show the materials used to strengthen the riverbank, and he agreed. Then Gracier asked Havil to turn away, and when he did it, he quickly photographed the river on his phone. He realized that he needed to make a plan, which needed photos. Gracier asked Valetta to go down to the river and explore the flooded areas. In the evening, he spoke about everything with Nelson and Havil. Nelson suggested calling the frame just his friend, so as not to cause unnecessary suspicion of his person. Everyone agreed with this, and together they decided to turn to each other. Gracier asked them a map of the Hysteria area and documents related to local development. Nelson agreed, but he was concerned that these documents were confidential. Then Gracier assured that he would not show anyone. Nelson passed the documents prepared in advance before his departure. Gracier thanked him for that, and they decided to take a break for lunch. Govil decided to eat later. Nelson led Gracier with a corridor and invited to the living room where the table was already served. Suddenly, the maid, without holding back emotions, excitedly covered her mouth with her hand. Nelson asked her what had happened, but she replied that nothing had happened and apologized. Nelson suggested that his wife and daughter join them during dinner, and Gracier agreed. Then the young man suddenly remembered that the maid was the girl he collided in the city. Nelson asked him what had happened, but Gracier replied that everything was fine. After that, Nelson asked the maid, Ezra, call Liz. The girl left the room, looking around. She also recognized the frame, but she was surprised that he came with Nelson. Ira decided to tell Liz about it. She suddenly ran into the room, Liz, but there was already Zirconia. Surprised, she froze and quietly muttered that the situation is very serious. The star wondered what had happened, and Ira replied that she had come to report that the dinner was ready. The star said she would knock on the door next time, which Ira apologized. Liz asked why Ira did so. Soon, Nolan introduced the Kazuri with Liz and asked his daughter to help the young man get used to the estate. The Kazua politely introduced the girl, and she called her name in response. She learned about him from her mother, who told him that he was helping them, so she decided to help him in response. Valtta's words were puzzled by Katsuri. He first felt that he was approaching the local. Now, he decided to do everything possible to support them for the sake of Valetta himself. That evening, a group of people walked the forest. One of them approached a great man who was a leader and reported that they had come across a small village called Hygiene. He added that the number of guards in the village is the same as when they left Hysteria. The chief assured that his subordinates would load the food, and they will leave as soon as the convoy will deliver the load. Another man was worried that there may be people with combat experience in the village. The leader reported that the attack would take place at night. They would break into the homes, rob, and quickly disappear. He also ordered all food stocks in the elder. The subordinate understood everything and decided to follow the detachment. The leader said that they were stealing food first, and if they manage women. Both smiled. The leader added that they need to rest now. At night, Valetta heard strange sounds in her home. At first she thought it was Kudzura and was already happy, but suddenly the main robber with the sword in her hand broke into her home. The flight was frightened when he swung on her, but seeing that a girl stopped in front of him. However, the main sharply knocked her down and ordered his subordinates to deal with others, and he decided to do a flat. Kudzura sat in the circle of children and Valetta, reading them a fairy tale about the evil wolf. That wolf easily destroyed the houses of the pigs from straw and boards, but could not break the brick. All 3 pigs found protection in a solid house. The children listened with admiration and were delighted with this story. Then, the wolf climbed on the roof of the house, but one of the piglets noticed him, and they cooked a wolf in a big kaz. All the adults who were nearby were surprised by such cruelty. Only after that, Kudzura noticed that a new limb appeared in the book. The young man immediately postponed that book, offered the children others, and then began to watch Valetta reading their kids. Holding Valetta, the robber assured her that she would not worry because he would do everything quickly. But as soon as he was about to touch her, suddenly a loud roar came. The man was confused, not understanding what was happening. His subordinates burst into the house, shouting that a man was chasing the main robber. He looked at them in surprise. At this point, another robber ran up and shouted that they were noisy too loudly. Suddenly, one of the robbers fell on the floor in the water. He was killed by Nolan, who came to his daughter. When he saw the main robber near her, his rage only increased, and he rushed at him. But he shouted that he did not fit, otherwise he would cause harm to Let. The girl grabbed his hand and broke her instantly. The robber is a pain. Scared, he rushed to flee, but it was then that Nolan killed him. After that, Nolan sat worriedly near his daughter. The rest of the robbers rushed to flee. No one said that all the villagers should be harvested to catch up with criminals and leave at least a few alive. In the morning, Kaiser scratched the wall when Isekai'D approached him with an insurgence. Kudzura noticed it, but Isekai'D said there was nothing to worry about. Kudzura mentioned that he had already met with such behavior in people. He invited Isekai'D to the house and offered him tea to calm down. Isekai'D thanked him. Kudzura mentioned the problem with bags, but Isekai'D replied that they had already been ordered. Then the Kudzura realized that this was not the reason why Isekai'D was upset. After a while, Isekai'D calmed down, and Kudzura thought it was all thanks to herbal tea, which was extremely effective. He asked Isekai'D as the connected bricks in this building. Isekai'D explained that a mixture of gypsum or clay was used for this purpose. He also added that the Kudzura could also ask him for other building materials. Then he clarified the use of lime. Isekai'D promised that he would now call her. Kudzura decided that the issue of hygiene has not yet been resolved, so it is too early to use lime. He thought that lime could be made here. Isekai'D said he will now help him with Hawa. The Kudzura realized it as if they would become his subordinates, and Isekai'D agreed. He suddenly kneeled and vowed to protect the Kudzuras even at the cost of his own life, because he was happiness to serve him. The Kudzura was confused by such a surprise, and suddenly there was a knock on the steps. For a while, the young man ran up to Nelson and asked if Valetta had not been injured during a grit. The soldier assured him that all residents were unharmed. They repelled the attackers and even captured 3. Zirconium was upset because 13 people were hit on the village, but all invaders were killed and the locals remained intact. The soldier confirmed that everything happened. He said that when they came to the village they saw someone killed the bandits from the back, and it happened without any struggle. Just one blow. The soldier said nothing more. Kujura stated that he was going to the village immediately and ordered Isaac and Havil to prepare on the road. While cooking continued, he sat away and thought he may have been wrong when he left his native village. Yet at that moment, he wanted to help his country. But now, he was lost in reflections and did not know how to proceed. Soon, all the preparations ended. Havil invited him to sit in a carriage and then asked Marie to take a place inside. Kuzura remembered her and also invited Marie to sit next to her. Havil asked her to do it and went. Marie was very surprised, and the Kusura said she would stay with him until the village. When the carriage moved, he noticed that Marie did not congratulate him. He offered to stop, but the girl refused. Then he decided to give her grapefruit medicine to help. He poured a little of this remedy on the fabric and asked Marie to breathe it. The girl thanked him and apologized for creating inconvenience, breathing the medicine. Almost immediately, it became easier. The Kazur looked at a happy girl and suddenly realized why Marie decided to join them. They arrived in the village at night. Kasura was glad to see that all the inhabitants were safe, and the inhabitants rejoiced in response. Among the crowd, the most stood out the summer, which immediately rushed to meet him. Only seeing that everything was fine with her, he was able to sigh in relief. The girl confessed that she was scared, but thanks to the power given to them by Kazura, they coped. Nolan said it was too early to relax, and now they should stand on guard. He added that Valetta came up with many new security tools. She wanted to find out his opinion about this and showed her drawings, which were to help protect the village. Valetta noted that such a system could save them from bandits, but at the same time could damage the channel. Valetta said she plans to lay an underground channel. To do this, she needed a stone, and the Kois decided to buy lime. The girl said they would spend water underground and expand the village. She thought of making a manual pump, but doubted whether to use the knowledge of the case. But Kazur assured her that all is well. Valetta said she also wanted to create a steam machine. The Kazura was surprised to hear it. The girl suddenly laughed and said she joked, but in fact, she wanted to make a car. The young man replied that he would get all the necessary materials. Valetta thanked him, adding that they needed to learn how to make details on their own. Suddenly, the guy noticed traces of blood on the floor. Valetta noted that these spots would no longer be cleaned. Kuzura realized that it was here that there was a fight. The girl told that it all started when she heard a strange noise, but her father won everyone, although she was scared. Kuzura felt guilty for leaving the village. Then Valetta exclaimed that he was not guilty of anything. Suddenly, Valetta wept, and it was very surprised by the young man. She was too scary during the battle. Nina knocked on Valetta in the morning, but no one opened her. Suddenly, the door opened slowly, and Valetta, with a exhausted look, appeared on the threshold. Nina greeted, without hiding her astonishment. She realized that the situation was really serious. When they returned home, Valetta confessed that she understood. Nina wanted to know about Kazura, and she didn't mind talking. Nina wanted to ask about the events of last night, but suddenly, Valetta burst into tears. After that, Nina hid Valetta and ordered herself to take her hands and not cry. Valetta was surprised by such a sharp behavior of Nina. Then Nina said that Kazura was worried about Valetta. Valetta heard it and froze from surprise. She said that Kasura learned about the attack only in the evening, but despite this, he reassured her all night. Nina hit Valetta lightly to remind her of it, but Valetta was not even offended. Nina asked why she did not apologize before, and instead closed in her room. Valetta really wanted to say something even then, but now she was just sitting with a sad face. Valetta confesses to Kasuri that he wants to be near him, though he feels that he only brings him worries. She remembers how much she did to help him. She was very attached to Kazura, but was not sure whether she deserved to be near him. She did not even think that the young man could feel. She just didn't want to part with him. She couldn't even assume that thought. Nina wondered if Valetta really loves the Kasur, and the girl confirmed it. Nina reassured her they say she had nothing to worry about, and added that it would be great if the Kazura himself recognized it. Valetta said she would only be a burden for the case because she often asks for his help. Nina, however, admired that thanks to his support, everything is well, and Valetta does not create any problems. Nina exclaimed that everything was the border, even annoyance, and Valenti needs to be hard. She agreed with that. Then Nina advised her to trust the frame more and not worry because he could see the burden in her. It is better not to even think about it. Nina said Valetta was in love with the Koisur, so he didn't want to interfere with him. She added that they could find out if Valetta told her feelings frankly and advised to be more honest. Valetta understood everything and thanked her. After that, Nina suggested to cook tea, and Valetta agreed. The Khazar was worried about whether Valetta was all right. He hoped that his help was useful, because sometimes it was best to entrust such cases to another woman. Isaac approached him and greeted. The Khazur drew attention to his cheerful mood, although he was unshirusted because of anxiety. Isaac said that there was nothing suspicious near the village so far. Havil approached Marie and wondered if she had succeeded yesterday. Marie replied that the Kasura was a very unusual man, because he helped her. Havil agreed that the Kasura was a really good man. Marie confessed that she was very worried at first, but later felt relieved, as if she were talking to her mother. She immediately apologized for such words. Havil said Marie that she could call him a brother. He confessed that his strength is not enough, but one day he would definitely find a way. Kuzura greeted Hubble. Isaac reported that tomorrow they are going on the road. Kuzura realized that he now had a lot of free time, so he said he wanted to visit the world of the gods. He worried that he had done wrong about Nelson and others and did not know if he would correctly change his mind. Liz woke up in the morning, washed, dressed, and got a little. Then she left her room, greeted everyone, and decided to stay in the yard. She trained with the spear until tired. After that, she got a beautiful pendant from the bag. Ira greeted her and paid attention to the decoration. Liz remembered how Kazura reacted when she wanted to return his valuable medallion. Her mother said that Kazura was a rich and noble man. So Liz began to think about what country he was. She remembered his smile and decided that the suspension is a special attention to her. So Liz decided that she would not lose this chance. She wanted him to fall in love with her. The door to the dark basement opened, and someone went down the stairs. It was one of the robbers that the peasants caught. The star came to interrogate him. The thief immediately recognized General Star. She smiled sternly and asked not to call her a general. The robber realized that she had lost the battle against Wolver. When he talked about it, Zirconia pulled out a knife. She said that this case has long gone, but she had no time. After all, she needed to answer her question. The man fell when Zirconium began to ask him and cut his fingers. At first, she wondered how many robbers were. Subsequently, Nelson read the testimony of one of the robbers. It seemed incredible, but everyone else said the same. They claimed that something unusual happened to the peasants. Nelson remembered the legend of food that makes people strong. It seemed to him that this story could be true. He and Zirconium were silent at surprise. The woman said she had a headache and that she would go to Austria to gather evidence. She pressed the candle and the secret door opened. The Kazur returned to his estate and decided to buy Compost first. He managed to find him at a favorable price. Since there were so many fields, fertilizers needed a lot. He wondered whether tatami would be spoiled by such weight. He moved his foot on tatami and suddenly lifted it, noticed a tile under his feet. The young man immediately wrote to his father what happened to him. The father wondered why the son is so worried. The boy came to the boy, and her father reassured her daughter, saying that everything was fine with the kois. She was glad that he had everything. The father wondered what Kazura plans to bring with him to the other side. He looked at the floor carefully, trying to understand something. Kazura arrived where he planned. On the spot, he met a man who wanted to buy even more compost. Kazura wondered what amount he needed. The young man replied that about 50 tons will need to be sent tomorrow. The man was surprised to such a great order and without hesitation decided to accept it. Kazura thanked him. The man said they had many cows, so they produce a lot of compost at a small price. Kazura was interested in it, and he asked how they do compost. The man explained that they were scattered in the pasture. First, cow manure is mixed with straw. Then all this is collected by the excavator. After that, the mass is stirred with water and left to ferment. Kazura mentioned this process. Then he went to another place to find out about the flood protection plan. The local chief said that he is most concerned about the lack of the necessary technologies. The young man apologized to him for not easy and asked to agree to take up the case. Kazura advised him to address a professor who was well versed in architecture. The guy agreed that it would be the best option. The man was surprised that it should be done quickly because he believed that the task was important for the dissertation. Suddenly, someone noted that this conversation was quite interesting. The man praised the drawings of Kazura. The company's director said Kazura could take construction. He called on his employee for refusing to take up his job, although she was a member of his duties. The director expelled the employee and stated that he would fulfill this order. He asked the Kazuri where these drawings came from. The young man replied that it was a fictional ancient era. He explained that this is a drawing of the ancient city. The director initially decided that the Kazura was going to take them to the institute, but the guy replied that he was just his admiration. After learning about it, the director apologized. The director looked at the photo and thought it was computer graphics. Enamel agreed with him. He said he needed to restore the affected places by adding explanations and illustrations. They started discussing the payment, and the Kazura said it could be deposited right now. The director apologized to him for his distrust, and the guy paid 10% in advance. Then the stump went to the electronics store because he needed an electric generator and a refrigerator. He ate a lot and had to be stored somewhere. The consultant offered him one of the refrigerators and another generator. The connoisseur thought that gasoline for the generator was best stored in barrels. He then purchased a refrigerator and a generator that could work without stopping for a long time. The consultant offered many more different techniques, and Kazura chose a laptop. Because of this, he bought more things than planned, and now he had to buy something more. So he went into another store to buy a mortar for a living. He was offered slaked lime, and he bought the Kazura immediately 2 tons. After that, he purchased 2 more gasoline canisters of 20 liters each. Then, his gaze fell on a generator with a noise heater, which he had already forgotten. He asked the consultant to check the noise that the generator issues. When the generator was turned on, It turned out that even during ordinary work, it is quite loud. In low noise mode, it was smaller. Kuzura thanked the consultant. He believed that the generator was a convenient thing, but there was not much benefit from it. So he got the phone and scored the man who bought a water wheel. The young man praised the water wheel and said he wanted to have electricity. The man replied that they only had a weak wheel. Then the young man suggested installing a hydro generator instead of a wheel. The Kuzura said that at first he wanted to see their catalogue. The man agreed, and they said goodbye. The young man thought that he would now be able to live quietly in hysteria because such technologies are difficult to copy. Now only you have to deliver the goods. He was called and said that they had brought fertilizers, and Kuzura asked to leave them in the yard. Then he was called from the electronics store. Everything was delivered so fast that Kuzura barely had time for events. Soon, a whole mountain of shopping appeared in the forest, which the Kuzura had to postpone. This time, it used a special way to make a convenient compost. Then, he went to Gracier. The Koisur was even afraid to imagine how many times he would have to go back and forth. On this car, the young man arrived in the village of Gracier and greeted stunned residents. The barracks explained to them that it was transportation from the world of the gods and asked everyone to leave so that compost could be bred. He still needed to go many times, so he wanted to ask someone to put everything compost in one pile. Suddenly, Valetta ran to him with Nina. Nina smiled and nodded. Kuzura explained that this compost is intended for the fields of hysteria. In total, they had 50 tons, and the young man sought to establish the production of water wheels. Valetta thought about it. Kuzura asked Valetta what she did because everyone was already working. She explained that they were erecting a fence and a guard tower. The young man promised to bring 2 tons of lime soon, and Valetta thanked him for it. The Kuzura, meanwhile, moved for the rest of the cargo. Zirconium arrived in the village, and Isekai'D handed her command. She thanked him and apologized for late. Suddenly, she heard some noise. It was the Kuzura that carried the cargo and greeted it. Isaiah explained Zirconium that it was a device for carriage of goods. The woman was interested in the speed of this method, because Zura remembered that she is slow and not suitable for fighting. The star was stunned that she was exposed so quickly. Soon, Kazur and Valetta sat at the table and started eating. The dishes were made from large vegetables, and Nolan noted that the star was surprised when she was looking at the field. Vegetables were still growing, but were already in size. Kazur could not believe how big the potatoes grew up. They could not think that fertilizers from bird litter would give such a result. Kazura tensed and immediately realized that the situation was very serious. During the meal of Valetta, she noticed that the Kazur wondered and asked what had happened, but he replied that he just thought. He explained that this food has the same properties as the one he brought earlier, because he felt already full. He also remembered how the peasants became stronger from this food. However, the Kuzura warned that the scattering of the compost to recover the fields would be too risky. Then Valetta suggested that he try potatoes with eggs to find out if it would suit him. He obeyed her and suggested that he also eat. The young man put up a timer and then asked about herbs in the garden. Walt replied that all is well, but the herbs that grow from seeds grow slowly, unlike those for which fertilizers are used. The sprouts were also in no hurry to grow, but they were not sick. The Kuzura wondered why they did not grow up, but the answer had to wait. When the call came, the Kuzura still could not be saturated with this dish. They wanted to use the remnants for compost in a gravity of emotions, but before doing so, it was necessary to check the food for other people. They were looking for a person who would not disclose secrets about the special properties of food. All 3 mentioned Isekai'D. That evening, Isaac arrived and apologized for late. They went to the tent to discuss what the Kazur needs. There, he treated Isaac with potatoes and eggs. Isaac liked these delicacies, but Kazura insisted that he eats everything to the last. When Isaac coped with a treat, they returned to their conversation again. The Kazura wanted Isaac to train the muscles right now. He ordered him to sit down and squeeze without stopping for 2 hours. When Isaac started doing so, the Kazur launched a timer. 2 hours later, Isaac finally finished and was very tired. The young man immediately ran to him and asked if everything was fine with him. He replied that he was tired. Kazura thanked him for everything and advised him to relax. Isaac asked why it was needed at all, but the Kazura replied that he could not explain it and asked to keep everything secret. Isaac agreed and they said goodbye. At this time, in her tent, the star again read the testimony of the robber, which said that the local residents seemed to be blessed. The woman immediately mentioned some suspicious moments. The star thought that if it had the same force, everything could have happened differently. She clenched her hand into his fist and tried to drive these thoughts, realizing that she was too concerned. Outing the outside, she saw the Kusura emerging from the Aziz tent and saying goodbye to him. Zirconia went to Isaac's tent because she wanted to talk about events in the village, but suddenly stopped and opened her eyes wide. She saw Izuka with a naked torso who asked her what had happened. Zirconia was confused, everything was misunderstood, and promised not to tell anyone about it. Isaac immediately came to her senses and began to explain Zirconia, which promised not to tell the forest nothing, that everything really did not seem like it seemed. But suddenly, Havil came into Isaac's tent. He had to talk to Ison urgently. He fell silent because he saw Asrek was holding Zirconia by his shoulders. He froze in place, stunned. Then he began to swear on Isaac and threatened him arrest. Isaac immediately began to apologize to everyone. In the morning, Kazur decided to check how Isaac feels after workout. He noticed that Isaac looks pale and apparently was very tired. Isaac explained that it was all because of zirconium, which came to his tent when the Kazur had already left. Isaac explained that there was a confusion. When she went to the tent, she saw Isaac with a naked torso and all in sweat, and before that, from the tent came the kois. The young man instantly imagined this indecent scene and sincerely hoped that Isaac was defending them in front of zirconium. He confirmed that this is exactly the case. Kuzura decided that in order to justify himself, he had to tell Isaac the mystery of food, and therefore told him that he would be able to find out this mystery. After a while, Zirconia saw the bags and chests from the cart. Isaac explained that inside, food from the world of the gods, as well as the various tools he had to bring by order. Zirconia wondered why the frame did not like their food, and Isaac explained that he was more likely to taste the dish from the mansion. The star wanted to talk to Havil to find out who prepared the dish. Isaac supported her idea, but suddenly both mentioned the events of the last day. When all the things were already loaded, the Kasur praised his assistance, and Waledo stretched him water. Watching this, Zirconia thought that the Kasur was captured by Waledo. Isaac explained that the guy was worried about Waledo after the attack on the village. The star approached the Kazura and said that he only had to download the visa, but they would do so tomorrow. She suggested asking for help from peasants. Kazura agreed, although he was not really going to do it. In the evening at the Kasur's house, Volta sat with the magazine and looked at essential oils. Kasura suggested that everyone try them, because he did not know how these means acting on people from her world, but it is worth considering that these oils have other properties. The Koisur replied that these oils are very powerful and capable of helping them. Valetta offered to try the means on herself, and the young man agreed. Then Valetta chose what she liked. First, it was necessary to pour water and add 1 drop of the product. Kazura wondered what the aroma was. It was a sage, which had a soothing effect. Valetta decided that he wanted to make her sleepy. Kazura also wondered if this girl was too passionate about. Valetta said that there are probably many such oils in Japan. The transport that the young man was impressed because Zura thought he was too tried and Zirconium was surprised by this transportation. The volatile remembered how Kazura discussed the situation on the battlefield with the star. Then Kazura said he wanted to wait first because he knew little about this country. The voyeur supported him, and the Koisur confessed that he did not want to interfere at all. The girl said she wanted to sleep. She was convinced that if she was in bed, she would fall asleep immediately. The Kazur noted that it works the same way as in Japan. Suddenly, Valetta said she had one request for him. She asked the Kazur to hug her just like last time. From this request, the Koisur was confused, and Valetta was discouraged and blushed. The young man called the girl to himself, and when she came up, the Kazura hugged her. Soon Valetta fell asleep in his arms. Then the Kazura carefully put it in bed and left quietly. In the morning, he brought her to the house to show where the first aid kit and food are stored. After the attack, they decided to hide some products just in case. Alata asked if the Kazura was going to leave for a long time. He replied that he would return in 10 days. He also needed to pick up an electric generator who ordered a hydra for the refrigerator. The boiler was doubted whether it was a suitable option. Kazuha replied that all is well and none of the outsiders would notice it. He asked Valetta to inform him if something changed. Valetta smiled and reassured that everything would be fine with the village. Kazura looked at her smile in surprise. When he left the house, the residents joyfully welcomed him and discussed something together. When the Kasura was about to go, Valetta hurried to him and asked to be careful. The young man wished her the same in response. When he was about to go, Valetta asked him to wait for her. On the way, Stani asked what kind of dishes. Gaval was cooking for the case when he was staying with him. Since Gaval had no idea of the tastes of the case, they decided to prepare a variety of dishes. The star was very surprised to see how many stocks they have. Havil said his father always likes to have a stock of meat and caterpillars purchased from local merchants. This explanation satisfied the curiosity of the star, and she, returning, called Gevil. The woman asked Avila to find for them the cook who was cooking last time. She said she would pay well. After all, Kasuri really liked those dishes. Gavil was surprised by such a request. He smiled and noted that the cook was still young and inexperienced, but was beautiful with the frame. The star said it was good, and wondered who this box was. After a while, the detachment stopped to rest. Marie, along with Kazura, went outside to stir out a little. Although the visas were shaking during the trip, it was still much nicer than the road to the council for Kazura. Havil approached the rabies and noticed that the young man was tired while traveling. Kazura replied that to go in a cart was really grueling and asked why Havil was not tired of it. He just smiled and said that he was used to such a road. The Kazura asked if it was true that Gavil and Isek were managing a detachment that consists only of the nobility. Havil replied that he was appointed deputy commander of the 1st Division. Then the Kasura wondered if everything is fine with those people because they help him. Havil reassured him, saying that most of the workouts had been over. Now they are preparing another detachment, and it is not easy for those beginners now. The Kazur was amazed at how harsh the training mode was. Havil said that the regime is not just harsh here. These workouts are so rigid that the guys are ready to go on the battlefield. In the 2nd year of study, they moved to barracks. This is a very difficult period, and not everyone can withstand such tests. Some leave this activity. If they do not have a good reason, it is considered a big shame, and they will have to be prepared for consequences. Kazura realized that being an aristocrat was a difficult thing. Havil said that the service is voluntary here, but almost all the nobles are still coming. Often, their families are forced to come by force. Some are recorded by admiring the soldiers, but do not stand out. He said that they came here with themselves. No one forced them. Kazura wondered why they decided so. Havil replied that he had what he wanted to protect. Kazura noticed that Havil smiled, and it surprised him. Earlier, he was convinced that he constantly restrained his emotions. The young man decided not to ask anything more, and Havil invited him to the training ground. And suddenly, Kazura understood something. He would like to agree, but not yet ready to support the military. However, it is difficult for him to refuse because this proposal is very interested. Havil said that if Kazura wants, he could always bring him there. But Kazura believed that Havil was doing his job well. Havil wondered if there would be no kois if Marie cooks food for him. However, the Koisur thought that these people were not suitable for him. But then Havil suggested that you mix canned frames with local foods to prepare a dish for him. Kazura was amazed at what could be done and began to appreciate Havil even more because he could eat with everyone now. Kazura agreed, but asked that no one would taste his food. Havil said they would start cooking for him from tomorrow. However, when he left, Kazura wondered and decided that he really was better eating with everyone. Havil was convinced that Marie could now live freely thanks to him. While Marie was cooking, she accidentally dropped the potatoes. The Kazura suggested that it happened because of his fault, so he decided to take a walk. At the same time, Marie began to apologize for it. Havil suggested that she try to get out of the house. She agreed, though she did not like to deceive the Koisur. Maria did not want to lie at all, but Govil told her not to worry about it, and she agreed. After that, Maria returned to cooking, although she felt that the dish would no longer be as usual. Marie tried the cooked food and was so fascinated that Havil warned her not to overeat. At this point, Kazura mentioned that he had completely forgotten the sample. They arrived in place at night, and the caster was very exhausted. Nelson wondered if the Kazura took all his things. Kazura replied that he took even more than planned and asked him to prepare a room with windows for the yard. He decided that tomorrow they would immediately restore the granary and asked to allocate people. Nelson agreed, adding that he would call the servants. It made the Koisur a little strain. Nelson immediately corrected and offered to attract 600 soldiers, but Kazura refused. He explained that soldiers are often busy with other cases and cannot be relied on every time. Nelson agreed with him and said he wanted to start with the places that were most affected. Nelson also said that they already made 30 water wheels. Zirconium replied that the wheels made by the masters work better because they were paid more. The Kusura went to rest. He was offered a bath, and he agreed. Already in the Kusura room, he felt something for forgetting. The young man relaxed in hot water, but then he began to disturb his thoughts. Will there be enough fertilizers? He decided that after the bath, he had ice cream. Suddenly, he shouted, remembering that he had completely forgotten ice cream. The guard was frightened by such behavior and ordered the maid to follow him. When Isekai'D and Havil opened the door to say they were going home, they saw the Kazur near the ice cream box. The guy asked them to turn on the refrigerator, and they agreed. Isekai'D called gasoline water that smells bad. Kudzura explained to him that it was a special water filled with a spirit of power. Isekai'D heard such an explanation in surprise. While they poured the fuel into the generator, the Kudzura warned that no one would bring gasoline to the campfire. Isekai'D asked What would happen if you do it? Then the Kusura explained that it could be perished. They launched the generator, and he immediately started roaring for the whole yard. Isaac joked that he had a stomach like a stomach, and I wanted to think that transport had arrived with Gracier. The Koisur was discontinuing and confessing that he would like to hide this noise away by asking Isaac to find someone who could do it. Isaac said he would personally protect the generator, but the Kusher advised him to relax. Havil suggested Isaac to alternate at the generator, and he agreed. The Kusura was grateful to them, but worried that they could get sick. Despite this, he agreed with them. But before that, he decided to give them doping, giving it for mysterious medicines that return forces. Isaac and Havil were stunned, but Kusura said it was his gratitude for everything they did for him. He explained in detail how to open bottles. Isaac thanked him, and Kusura said it would be their little secret. After that, they drank medicines that seemed very tasty. Then they went to service. Kusura assured that he was counting on them. Then he again took up his ice cream, which had already freezes, and began to eat it with pleasure. In the morning, Ira noticed that Liz woke up in a great mood. The girl confirmed it and said that she feels more confident with the sword. Ira noted that Liz would soon be able to compare zirconium or ison. Liz advised not to speak nonsense, because Isaac cannot be underestimated, although zirconium is much stronger than him. Eris replied that Liz was still lacking in experience. She told me that zirconium returned with the frame yesterday, and they brought many different things. Liz replied that this was what Kusura mentioned. Liz said that Kusura was going to restore the northern and western fields, so all the things he brought were needed. It was difficult for people to believe that it would be able to save them from drought. Liz said that they use a water wheel that raises water from the river. Era has never heard of this before. She was wondering what he brought the Koisur, but there were other riddles in the village. She said that a strange noise was coming from the Kusura room. They wanted to check what happened there, but did not let them inside. And in a moment, a cry came from that room. Liz was very pleased and thought that the Kazur was with some woman. Iris assured that there was nothing special between them, but the behavior of the case remained strange. She said that the Kois did not even have breakfast because she was very tired. Liz decided to talk to him at lunch. Then she wondered her schedule for today, and Eris said that several guests would come during the day. 2 merchants and 2 aristocrats had to come to Liz. It worried Liz because the schedule was too dense. Also recalled that another meeting with McGregor was planned. Liz asked when she had free time, and the Era replied that only after dinner. She realized that the Kois would also be busy, so she decided not to rush to him. At this time, Kazura arrived on the exhausted fields, and they took up the restoration of crops. After that, wanting to completely return the life of the terrain, he began a large-scale guidance of renewable work. The girl was named Maud, and she worked as a cell in a large network store. Somehow, a guest came to them, which has not been here for a long time. The Hay was introduced as the head of land development works. He always bought them in large quantities. William was instructed to help this guest, and the girl was very worried because of it. She approached him to help with his choice, but noticed that he was looking at a guide on how to eat insects properly. The girl was confused, because Shino did not look like a person who is engaged in growing plants. He postponed the book because he actually came for other purchases. Because of this, their misunderstanding has only intensified. Isaac reported that the teams were already collected and fertilizers were prepared. Then the Kusura said it was time to start. At first, they flared the ground, then poured the ground from the bags and mixed everything. The contents of one bag had to be evenly scattered in a certain area so that the whole team was moving together. It turned out that all the fields in the north had to be processed in the same way. All were puzzled with such news. The Koisur estimated that each group will have to scatter 4 bags a day. The young man said that Ita's family would pay for this work, and for a well-completed task, they would also give an additional reward. After that, he instructed the case of Isaac and Havil, and he went to the river. Havil noted that the strength of the medicines that the Kusur gave them was simply astounding. He did not understand how Kusura could get tired having such medicines. They decided to be grateful to him until they know the real reasons. Havil thought it would be bad if something had happened to Kitsura, even though he was God. After all, if Kitsura continued to work in the same way, Marie would have an even greater influence. Havil noted that the Kazura was already tired, so he should not give him too much work. He suggested changing the schedule of affairs so as not to overload it. Isaac agreed with this idea. They decided to give a carrot tree to rest well and make even more effort to facilitate its load. Havil was ready to work hard for this, and Isaac replied that he was resting on him. The star said that their fields looked awful because the harvest dried up quickly. Only those plants that grew near the water were able to survive, but there are very few left. Kazur replied that only a small part of the crop could be saved with water. He believed that the use of fertilizers from Japan should be left as an extreme option, as it would attract too much attention. Zirconium proposed to build a water channel before the next harvest, and Kasuro agreed with it. After all, nothing will grow on dry land. Then he asked why it was impossible to just water the soil with water and sow seeds. The woman replied that this is possible only when the temperature drops, because of the heat of seeds in the ground, just boil. Kasura wondered that he needed to learn more about agriculture. He suggested starting with existing water channels, and then asked how cold it is in winter. She replied that the water is freezing, and there is a lot of snow. The Kasura agreed that it was a good idea, and Zirconia replied that she would be pleased to discuss all the details. The guy clarified that it was only his assumption, but Zirconia was still interested in finding out what would come of it. They reached the dried river, and Kazura suggested to put a water wheel here. He explained that you need to dig a deep water channel. Zirconium ordered the soldiers to dig pits for a water wheel. In addition, people needed to gather the wheel and build a wooden gutter. Kazura said that one watermill wheel is enough here to direct the water in the right direction. They used the rest of the wheels in other places. After that, new ideas have emerged for improvement, as these wheels can not only pump water. Kazura said that it is possible to build a mill that will work more efficiently than usual, where only human power is involved. Zirconia was surprised to hear it. He wondered how grain was ground here to bake bread, and the star explained everything in detail. Kasura thought it was a very outdated way. He thought that the grain could burn from the fire, but the zirconium reassured it. Immediately after heating, the grain was thrown to the ground and trapped. She said it was fun. Kazura asked in Zirconia if she had the experience of such work. She replied that she was born a peasant and often helped in the field. It surprised the Kasurus. He thought that zirconium really looks like a peasant, and became interested in how old she was. Then she wondered if she had forgotten how to grind the grain. She replied that she has not been engaged in this for 10 years, and she still needs to check if she lost her skills. The Kusura suggested that she was about 26 years old. He thought that Liz was looking at a teenager, so it turns out Zirconia had to give birth at the age of 11, unless Liz was the second wife of Nelson. He broke away from his reflections and offered to build a thresher to reduce the price of food. Zirconia replied that she was looking forward to this car. Employees said they would like to learn how to collect a thresher. Katsura apologized to them that he forgot about it. After a while, the water wheel was ready, and it was only necessary to let water on it. The Kazur spinned the wheel, and from there, the water appeared. The star was surprised when she saw Grizzy residents picking up water from the canal. Suddenly, Kazura felt something wrong with this water. He approached the water and muttered quietly, which could be a problem. The star immediately tensed and asked what happened. He awkwardly explained to her that the wheel began to rotate unevenly. The star was stunned. The young man explained to her that the wheel should rotate at a constant speed, but some of its parts were incorrectly made. The star immediately apologized and promised that she would ask the masters to remake everything. The Kazur agreed with her, because if you leave everything as it is, the wheel will spoil quickly. After that, Kazur told me to go on. He wondered why this happened if the same drawings were used in the village. He thought that it was in inappropriate instruments. Because of this, not everything happened as it should. In Gris, he used Japanese tools. So this problem will have to be understood later. And now, he needed to use this wheel. He decided that the water should flow faster to save the crop. He proposed to suspend the production of parts and continue it when they solved problems or when the horse would agree. She regretted what had happened because she felt responsible for it. Kazura replied that everything was fine and it was not just her mistake. Although they had one watermill, it was not yet completed. Kazura realized that he would not be able to relax in the near future. In the estate, the star apologized to the whole for being distracted by him, but had a request to him. He thanked her for a visit and asked what she wanted. She wondered if Marie was working at home. Nora agreed and asked what happened. At that time, the star explained that Kazura wanted Marie to work for him, and the star was ready to pay for it. The Norm was surprised and suggested that she buy someone else or borrow Marie, because Marie was his extramarital daughter. The star was shocked by how much Natama tried to take care of her daughter, but did not give her freedom. The man replied that his family would not accept Marie. The star was indignant that Marie is better to be free. The Norm was not hesitant and began to speak something loudly. It was at this moment that the star realized that Gevil wants to transfer Marie under the care of the Kusura. The woman agreed to the Norm and decided to take Marie for a while, because it was good. Marie would become a chef for Kazura. The star said Marie would stay with them, and if the Kazura wants to leave Marie, Nora will not mind. He agreed. The star smiled and apologized at her request, and then said she wanted to collect Marie's things. The Norm added that it asked to cook. The boards were brought to the rows on the trolley, and he thanked for the help. Kazur planned to use them to build a shelter for the generator. He also decided that a separate shed to store fuel. He said he was hopeful for Luta's help and decided to bring tools with him. He hoped that tomorrow would be able to rely on Luta, so he advised him to relax. But Lut refused. The February also wanted to help Kasuri, and it surprised him. Isek was also amazed at the desire to help. Kazur thought that February and Isai's were very similar. Isek explained that even if they find trophies, it will not open the secret of the rabbit, because he knows that the rabbit is a grains. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with his help. After that, the Kazura agreed to accept help from Luta, and that was very pleased with him. After a while, the Kazura brought the tools and apologized to wait. He assured that they will quickly cope with these tools. Lut and Isek were pleasantly surprised. While the generator was buzzing, the Kazura saw the boards. Assistants watched it with surprise. Kazura asked them to bring another board. He decided not to waste time and asked Isek to collect the wall, and he promised to show how to use the tool. He said that with this tool, Isaac would be able to hammer nails very quickly. He then showed Isaac how to use it, and Isaac was very surprised. He said he already realized how wonderful this tool is. Kazura warned him so that he would never direct the tool to people, because it could be dangerous. For a while they finished, and the Kazura felt fatigue. Isaac agreed with him, adding that they have coped quite quickly, and tools from the world of the gods were really striking. Looking around, Kazura noticed that no one had responded to a loud noise. Lut also noticed it and added that it is difficult not to notice such a fuss. They approached the Havil and asked if they finished. Kazura confirmed and reminded that he had already told him about it. He replied that he did not hear because of the noise. He really heard nothing because he was busy not to let anyone hear. Everyone asked him to warn in advance next time. The Kazura was upset and apologized for it, worried about their health. Havil rose and said that the apology was unnecessary because only a few people came. Marie ran to the room and immediately began to apologize that she was delaying. The star answered that the girl should not hurry. She explained that it is now Marie's room and the girl herself works as a cook in Kazura. Marie was so surprised that she couldn't say a word. The star explained that Marie had been hired and thanked her for it. The salary was to be 1,000 and Marie was amazed at that sum. Then the star added that it was a standard payment for a newcomer. She said that the girl could get a greater salary for his good work and still advised Marie to always be neat. After these words, she left. The woman returned to her office to do business. At the same time, he stood in the ancestral estate of Havil's before his father and assured that he had never helped Marie to be bought. The father replied to this. If he did not intervene, Marie would not be taken away. So he suspected that Havil himself ordered Marie to take care of the frame. Havil replied that they have other maids, so Marie would only cook for the Kazura. My father then asked Havil why he took Marie with him. Havil replied that he chose a person whose absence would not interfere with his father and brother from Gregory's lands. He also said that his older brother hated Marie, which is why she tied to Gavil. My father noticed that Gavil became very convincing in words. He decided to take this situation as a simple failure and temporarily allow Mary to be with him. My father wondered if Gavil remembered his promise. He was promised that if Havil has a good career in the army and reaches a high position, his father will allow him to marry Marie. The father told Gavil to stop his tricks because he would be able to break the promise. Gavil shuddered when he heard these words, but his father, noticing it, assured that he would not break the promise and decided to put this land. Before that, he told Gavila that this time his actions were rude, but not so bad. He advised his son to try better next time. Such words were angry. He muttered an apology and, without holding back emotions, slammed the door, leaving the room. In the morning, Kazura went to the living room. He felt much better because he got a good sleep, and in the evening he enjoyed a sweet drink with chocolate and mint, which cooled in advance in the refrigerator. Nelson, Zirconia, and Liz sat with him at the table. Nelson called her wife, but she did not answer. Then he turned to his wife a little louder, saying that he was calling her. Zirconia apologized and wondered what had happened. Liz suggested that she took the day off because Zirconia looked tired. The woman replied that everything is fine with her. She just has many things now. Liz asked how much time she had fun, and Zirconia replied that only an hour had passed. Kazur and Nelson were amazed and silently standing side by side. At this point, Liz quickly jumped out of her place and asked for permission to help Zirconium. She wanted to go to see how the work was moving, but Zirconia reminded her that Liz was planning a meeting today and asked who she had agreed with. The Era replied that the meetings were intended with a nobleman and a merchant. This is their second consecutive conversation with these people. Liz said she really didn't want to meet this noble merchant, The parents did not like that Liz did not even name this merchant by name. Zirconia said she did not deny if Liz took this job. She asked the cashier if he would not be against if he climbed to work with him today. Kazuo agreed. Liz promised Katsuri that today she would try to be useful for him today. Katsura reassured her, saying that it was not necessary to strain so much. There is no need to do. This news sincerely pleased Liz. Liz asked Ira to help with the preparation, and he agreed. The star said she had instructed Eri and Marie to serve Kasuri. The girls were surprised, and the star apologized to them that she forgot to say about it. Liz said that the heir was her maid. The star answered that it should remain. She asked the heir to be just accompanying Marie. Starry told Yuri that she had already prepared a room in the estate, and later she would be offered a salary contract. Yura was surprised, but agreed. The heir believed that zirconium really coped with many problems very quickly, but something was worried. While she was walking the corridor, the heiress could not stop thinking about the room in the estate. Esther worried that Zirconia wanted her to live like a concubine. At first, it seemed to her that she was just her imagination. When the heir was braided, Liz wondered why the heir was chosen to help Katsuri, because he already had a maid. The heir replied that she had considerable experience, as long as 11 years. She may have been chosen because she and a Kasha of about the same age, suggested Liz. The era itself also had another guess. Ira suggested that Mom climbed. She may want a connection between them. Liz agreed with this because she was sure that her mother really wanted to interest her with this idea. So it was a few days ago. Only one remained unclear to her. Liz wondered what kind of Katsura's country, because it was not pointless to hide it. She decided that he was probably a noble man with Valverde. It began to think about which Koisur country can be originally and whether it belongs to the nobility. And then the conversation gradually turned to the fact that the zirconium could not tolerate Valva. Liz said that Valva had attacked her home country. The era knew about several rumors. A few months before the war with Vala's gang, robbers attacked the village near Hysteria. Only Starry remained alive. After these events, she enrolled in the Army of History, and even before the war, she married Nelson. Ira accidentally listened to the conversation, but it was only rumors. Liz told her that she had been interrupted, and Ira apologized for the inconvenience. Zirconia reported that the era would also work now, and she will need to help Kadzur. In addition, the salary of the era was increased, so she realized that she was waiting for new responsibilities. Star said that the heir would not be able to terminate the employment contract for another 10 years. All this time, it will take turns serving the forest and Kashuri. She asked Aura to sign the document. The star assured that the Aura could always seek advice, if necessary. Over time, Marie will get used to work, and Ifra will become easier. Ifra is always alert when something suspects. This was confirmed because Zirconia said that Ira should build the Kasur and Liz together. The Arira was very surprised by this task. The star said that Kadzura and Climb are good, so they need to be grouped into a couple. She then added that it was the Hera who would do it. The Ariras tensed very after these words. She asked what would be with Ison, because he had time to impress Nelson. After that, Ira realized that she was now starting to criticize the star. Zirconia said that Isek is good, but the Kusura is much better. She then added that the fact is that Ira did not know the Kois well yet, so she apologized to Ira. The star said it was strictly secretly, so Ira had to sign the document, but she could refuse if she did not want to participate. However, Ira still signed, and the star decided to proceed. She told me that Kazura was actually a grey ringworm. Ira heard about this legend more or less, and Zirconia said It was like a legend, only recently happened. Enro noticed that Kazur was busy with the recovery of the fields and suggested his help. The star noted that in peacetime it would be enough. But now, this is not enough because they may not be ready for war with Valver. Zirconia assured that the war would certainly begin because Valver is a country with a corresponding good. However, she believed that everything would turn for the better because the Kazur has useful knowledge and tools. She also added that it would be useful for them to get a blessing of power. It was a blessing that gave incredible power only to the chosen. Ira looked at Zirconia silently and said that the plan for Lisa and Kazur should remain their secret. She advised Eerie to push Lisa a little to the kois and then let her go. When the era went, Zirconia thought that if the kois is in love with Liz, he would be associated with them. Meanwhile, in the Kazura fields, she told workers that they would also work on the plantation today. Liz was near everyone, but instead of Ira, there was another maid. Kazura confidently asked the workers to continue to scatter the contents of the bags. He promised that all this work would be completed in half a month. Feeling Liz, Kazura wanted to stand up full. He asked the employees if they had any questions. One of them wondered if they could go home when the oath would come. The Kazura replied that no was not allowed, because they were given water. The young man assured that all the expenses are paying the Easter house, so they would definitely not reduce their salaries. He advised workers to take breaks every half an hour and drink water in time, because they work under the burning sun. Thanks to food and rest, their work will become more efficient. Kazura said he rests on them. Considering the plan, he decided that the second water wheel was better installed elsewhere. He hoped that all the details would be finished by the end of the day. Liz told him that there were many more cases ahead and asked if the crop could be saved by scattering the contents of the bags. The Koisur replied that only living plants could be helped, and these fertilizers work as medicines. He explained that there are other methods of soil improvement, but they are not so fast, especially compared to the fertilizer he himself prepared. Liz looked at him carefully and guessed that Kazura had brought things from his country. She thought that from there, you can get here in just 3 days, and thought where this place was. Liz knew that Starkonian would never ask for help from a man with Belverd, and Krateritz was too far. The Kusura said it was time to sow the seeds and asked which one was better to choose. Liz replied that she was not very understandable on agriculture. She did not want to listen to lectures on this topic. She said that this year may be even colder, so it would be good to plant winter potatoes and beans. Round onions and several types of leafy vegetables are also suitable. Liz said that these beans were first dried and then squeezed from the oil. To do this, they are put in a wooden chest. Kazur thought it was like the production of soybean oil, but decided that it was a hard, working process. He thought that you could use a centrifuge. Liz confessed that she was not very aware of this, but Kazura assured her that she knew more than it seems. He asked if Liz was often on city streets. Liz replied that she loves to walk there because she was interested in watching everyone around. Kazura asked if she knew some food with food. Liz replied that she knew many such places and suggested that she walk together later. She was glad that the Kusura agreed and promised to be useful for him. The young man thanked her and noted that Liz was very sociable. After a while, they installed a new wheel that was much better than the previous one. Liz watched his work with delight. The Kazura invited Liz to have lunch together, and the servants covered the table. Soon, Marie approached the rabbit and poured him a stew from a pitcher, but he asked her to relax. Liz suggested that the young man try the meat, and he did not refuse. After tasting the dish, the guy said that the meat was delicious and asked to share the recipe. He wanted to treat this meat, but there was no clean plate nearby. Liz replied that she would just try again, later. She thought that Kasuri would like it if she showed care, but Kazura said that next time he would treat her soup, and then Liz realized that he was indifferent. Kazura mostly ate cereal dishes, so Liz could not understand what the country he was from. However, her parents trusted him, so it was clear that he was wealthy. She decided to push the kois a little. She got a napkin, wiped his lips gently, and said that there was food left. At night, the koisur saw in the window of the Erconia. She nodded to him. He came out to her, and Erconium confessed that he could not fall asleep. She decided that perhaps contemplation of the stars would cheer her up a little. She said it was the perfect place to change the situation. The Kuzura added that stars are better visible from the roof. However, the zirconium did not rise on the roof, because it was difficult for him to overcome the stairs. She remembered that it was when she decided to admire the stars that she met the frame. He looked surprised and a little confused. The girl offered him to try his tea, and Kazura agreed, thinking that sometimes it is really useful to carry a tea set with him. The young man poured tea for both of them to calm down a little. The star confessed that when she looks at the stars, she seems like everything around is just a bad dream, although it is not really true. She also said a saying, and Kazura wanted to find out what she means. Zirconia said that when you look at the stars, sometimes you really want to go home. Kazura realized that it was about a longing for a home. Only a few people can feel it. The star smiled at Kazuri and thanked for delicious, soothing tea. She got up, getting ready to go, and said she was feeling better. Then the young man suggested to prepare her tea next time. Special, which will help her fall asleep faster. They said goodbye. Kuzura, drinking tea, looked at the starry sky and admired his beauty. He remembered how they used to admire the stars with Valetta and thought what the moon was then. In the middle of a small room at a square table sat 3 people and considered the drawings of the building, and 2 guards closely monitored the negotiation. Glue another piece of paper to a map with water canals. Sheena suggested installing water wheels in the east and south. She clarified whether she could count on Lisa's help. The star nodded in the affirmative and reported that the girl had already made changes. The man who sat opposite thanked for his help and added that they are going very well now. Kuzura smiled happily and said that thanks to the forest, which is now taking the bath, the work has become much more efficient, and the installed water wheels helped to better direct the flow of water. Nelson was ashamed to admit how much he was surprised what was happening. Enzorconium and could not think that Lisa would become such a favorite of the city's residents. When the conversation was a little departed from working questions, a man with short hair asked a single girl at the table whether she was well rested and how she is feeling now. The girl was a little confused, but she replied that now she was all right. Sheena asked 2 guards who were standing nearby whether they would use fertilizers. Both nodded back. So soon, the problem with the fields will be solved. The face of the man who won the lottery suddenly became serious. In his voice, a hint of the financial state of this land was given. Nelson sighed uncertainly and said he would try to think of something. But if everything lasts and further, they will have to stop other projects and reduce the budget. After that, a logical question arose. If the problem of food can be solved, then of course something will change. But unfortunately, it will be difficult to achieve noticeable improvements without money. All this sounded quite reasonable. Men, as if forgetting everyone around, were completely plunged into the development of the plan how to increase the budget of their lands. After all, this business was the most important for them and required immediate solution. Hearing about the extraction of minerals, the Tyre became interested and asked if gold was extracted here. He was told that unfortunately, gold can only be found near the capital. The Kazur leaned into the back of the chair and looked thoughtfully at the paper in front of him. There was no sea nearby, which meant that it was impossible to organize salt production here. Because of this, the manufacture of limestone solution is also faced with some difficulty. For a long time, the guy climbed into his pocket and announced that he came up with the best and fastest way to make money. He took a few shiny stones from the purse. These were souvenirs that he bought in a cheap shop and asked how much they could be sold. His act caused a real wave of surprise. Nelson exclaimed with surprise, "He has never seen such a good shape. Undoubtedly, such things could be profitable." His surprise was even greater when it turned out that the grandmother who was working in one of the shops wanted to spend it. By the way, about stones, the guy wondered which of them could be more profitable, dark or transparent. The answer was quickly. Transparent obsidian happens much less often, so it will be more expensive to sell it. After receiving the answer that satisfied him, the guy smiled carelessly and continued to rush in his bag. When Sheena put a small bunch of transparent obsidian balls on the table, he announced the sale. His act shocked everyone, so that everyone in the hall was just frozen in place. Someone with a trembling voice tried to ask where the number came from or what this name means, but Kazura quickly interrupted him, apologizing and asking to forget what he heard, because it is just a glass of glass, which is called the gifts of the kingdom of God. Nelson and Zirconium considered the goods with interest. However, the man immediately understood his prospects and said that it could solve their financial problem. But because of the rarity of this product, it will not be easy to sell it, and questions about suppliers may arise. Sheena thought and said that it is probably better to sell colored glass. The Zircony immediately asked her whether it happened at all. He looked at the colored glass and noted that it was more like the one that was sold at home. He promised that the next time he returned to his country, one would definitely buy one thing. Asked why the glass of such colors, he received a logical answer. Such colors were classic and constantly entered the market. Returning the balls back into the bag, the guy realized that they found a way out, not only for urgent costs, but also a way to solve the problem with the population. Now it was necessary to expand agricultural land. When Kazur suggested making a new tool, a manual pump, he was response to two surprised views in which he read a silent question. There are a little place to install the wheels, but the pump itself is compact. However, it can only pump water from a small depth, and it is necessary to work someone who will press the lever. Zirconium immediately cheered when he was sleeping a new idea, and he stated that he would prepare all the necessary materials and people. In response, Nelson wondered if this pump could be installed in narrow places, such as in the tunnel. The tire showed the approximate size of the pump and said that it is most likely possible. After that, another question was asked about interesting ways to use pumps, such as in mines. This question was very surprised by the casseur, and he began to think about why someone would use such equipment in such a place. The man retained calm and explained that during excavations in the mountains, groundwater occurs rarely. If there is a lot of water, then you have to give up the concept. Sheena nodded back. People in this world wanted to be able to produce ore, based on the power of thought. Nelson did not stop and continued to think about how to increase the production of ore in mountains or tunnels. Kazura at this time was only amazed at the depth of his considerations. That's what it means to be the true owner of the mainland. Suddenly, Sakoni moved to another question. He asked Kazura what a good idea he slept. Kazura remembered how recently he said that if everything was going well, they would improve people's nutrition. Initially, the guy remembered the glacier. He then asked if they knew what it was. When he heard not, Sheena explained. It was a kind of ice composition. In winter, we cut the ice and store it, and in the summer, we get and use. Zirconia was worried about whether it would be possible to keep the ice until the summer so that it would not melt. But the guy reassured her with the words that there was a way to store ice. Nelson was very smart and immediately realized that fish and meat could be stored here. Kudzura nodded in response. Further, the topic became clearer. The point is to accumulate ice floes and then sell them in the summer. And if you make a refrigerator, then the demand for ice will not disappear. The cold can be stored right at home. The only problem is that the ice needs a pawn, but if you dig it on the field, it will damage the crop. Therefore, it is better to build a new pond in the mountains. The Koisurus promised that the next time it would be sure to choose a place with everyone, and when he returns to his kingdom, he will take care of the glacier there. After that, they began to discuss water wheels again. More precisely, they took up work on them. The Kazur expressed his desire to visit the workshop, but did not notice how zirconium was looking at him at all. The night quietly enveloped all the corridors of the castle, and in one of the rooms near the window on the bed, the girl was worried about the bed. Turning again, she realized that she could not fall asleep. Ira kept remembering how the housewife asked her to help reduce Lisa and Kazur, and it seems that this request was very worried about the girl herself. The maid had to agree, although it created another problem. They and she almost never stayed alone, and the girl could not talk to him in any way, no matter how much she tried. It seems that these two, sooner or later, will still be together. But every time, it is becoming more and more difficult to talk about what has never happened. Waking up, Era decided to drink tea to make it easier to fall asleep. Opening the door to the kitchen, the girl suddenly stopped and froze. Right in front of her stood a guy who quietly murmured something about a tray and whether to drink for savings. The Era was immediately frightened because she did not expect to meet someone here at all. Her cry broke the night's silence. And Kazura, on the contrary, felt calmly. He greeted and asked if the girl also came for hot water. The girl was even more like, wrapped in her scarf, and began to apologize for her inappropriate appearance. She explained that she only went to drink a cup of tea. The reaction was very frightened by the tire, and for a few seconds he was frozen from shock. However, later, the guy suddenly thought about it. The Kusura put a cup of hot tea before a embarrassed girl. She thanked, but the guy immediately assured that he should not be thanked because he came here to brew tea. The girl made a sip of tea and, smiling, said that he was very tasty. It rejoiced in the Kusurus, and he lifted her trays with sweets, suggested to taste them. Seeing that she was lying on the plate, Ira wondered if it was a cookie. Having nodded in response, Sheena concluded that the cookie is here. She bit a small piece, and the maid immediately blushed. So incredible and unusual this sweetness that woke up all her taste receptors. The next reaction was a slight surprise. Cookies were different than they expected. The Kazur shot a little, but hurried to explain that he had cookies with berries and nuts, as well as delicacy with raisins and salty cookies. Immediately it became noticeable that the girl really liked the cookies. She began to be interested in its composition, and when she heard about the oil she had not known before, she was explained that it was a well-beaten milk of animal origin. Seeing the Ira reacts lively, Sheena smiled and suggested that the next time he will find a recipe and prepare a dish, and they will come together. The girl just squeezed the edge of her clothes in her fingers. The girl, stuttering a little, agreed to the proposal and added that milk could be taken from the cows of the Miyagi breed that live in the estate. Inspired by this idea, Sheena gladly announced that the day after tomorrow was returning to her country, and when he returns from the trip, they will be able to organize it any convenient day. At the end, the conversation became calmer. Kazura said he usually comes here at this time, and if the girl wants to join, he will prepare her herbal tea. The heir added that it would bring goodies. The next day, as promised, 3 friends went to the workshop. The work was already boiling inside, and in the air there were ringing strokes of a hammer on a wood. The tire's eyes shone from admiration when he saw a carpentry workshop. Seeing a man who looked at all sides and muttered something about a defective product, the guy immediately decided that it was the master. The man sitting on a chair noted that it was only his assumption, but those who drilled the wheel shovels work in a workshop in 2 homes from here. If it is not them, then you should contact a workshop that manufactures the outer parts of the wheel. When the guests got together, they reported that they would go to another master class and apologize for their care. When 3 were already going to go, the owner turned to zirconium and asked to fulfill a small request, to say another thing. Because of this request, everyone was forced to go back. The workshop master began to say that masters were working here, and mistakes were unacceptable. If it was a border of crap, he will punish him. But after that, I still asked at least this time to close my eyes. The man's face was skewed as if he were about to cry. The father of the cereals and his best students died in that battle, and in his workshop, one of the boys died, and the other was left without a hand. Only the children of the dead and their relatives remain in the workshop. Crossing her hands on her chest, Zirconia asked her to tell her further. The man continued. Everyone knew that the orders from the Lord were the most important, and they could not be treated lightly or hurried. But he clenched his hands on his knees, his fists. The carpenter's voice roared in the workshop like a thunder. Everyone knew their forces were not infinite either. Many masters were sent to the war. They built and repaired weapons for soldiers. The oldest of them never returned from this hike. The voice of the man began to tremble. He said that it took 20 or even 30 years to become a good carpenter, and now there is no one who could replace those who died in the battle because of this slaughterhouse. The ruler sighed hard from these words. Seeing the reaction of Lisa's mother, she stopped her words that the head was right. Masters take a huge responsibility for the welfare of their native lands, so they should not be condemned. But in fact, zirconium was not going to do it. The apt words spoken at the right time forced all the masters to feel gratitude and admiration for Lisa, and the zirconium remained behind. The girl was dissatisfied with her arms and legs. She said that she had already understood everything and was not going to punish anyone because everything ended well and the cause was already found and eliminated. The joyful exclamations of gratitude and shouts of the name of the heroine forced zirconium to take a fierce breath. However, the crowd behind just thought of supporting the girl, so the night slowly settled in possession. It turned out that now there is a lacking of workers in each workshop, so they decided to organize so many weddings. The star, a little dissatisfied with the twisting, acknowledged that this situation is quite logical, but at the same time, her fault is that she did not control the question properly. But now, you will change nothing. All you have to do is hope, whether it can give the necessary tools to make the work more efficient. Even saying these words, Zirconi looked upset, and the tire tried to support it. Thanks to supporting words and confidence in success, Zirconia smiled and thanked them. Although the excitement of the girl did not disappear completely, she became much easier. Because of this, Kazura sighed with relief. After that, Kazura took up other important things. It turned out that in the smithy, the situation is the same as that of the carpenters. The same problem was to disappear due to the introduction of modern equipment. There is another problem, digging wells. Due to the fact that the brown sandy soil is mixed with water, the laundry washed in such water. If you use this water for cooking, the dish can have an unpleasant taste and cause stomach problems. Nelson thanked the Gracier for finding a way out of the situation, because it is simply impossible to draw a channel to any place. At this time, the guy himself thought about how to become better in digging wells. He realized that it was necessary to find a master in Japan. After listing the case with the masters who happened this morning, Sheena wondered if he often visited them, because there are such a warm relationship between them. A short haircut has suggested that Lisa is probably taking care of skin and hair not with soap, but clay. It was interested in the tire, and he asked if it was better than soap. Nelson explained that for some cases it is really better to do so. If a man decides to try, he will ask Lisa a little, but the guy refused, saying that he would ask about it another. When she asked in Zakonia whether she used the earth like Lisa, but did not respond directly, but said that she was not interested in it. Maybe he will ever try. The next day, when the sun was already high enough, Sheena looked at the records made the day before on the way to the carts. Seeing the carts, he immediately realized, soon they will go on the road. Kazura said that this time he would need more time, and when he returns, he would bring many things. And now Lisa has to supervise the construction of water wheels, and the girl agreed, wishing to save Rose. Suddenly, the girl got something out of her pocket and stretched out this tire. It turned out to be a bracelet with red embroidery. A little bit, Lisa confessed that she was not sure whether it turned out. Kazur thanked the girl for such a wonderful gift. He did not even notice how the night's silence was surprised, but Lisa paid attention to it. However, she just smiled gently, hinting that it is not necessary to raise this issue. When all the cases were already resolved, she decided that time to go. Calling Marie, the guy finally noticed that something was wrong with Ison. But to the question whether everything is fine, he heard only silence in response. Well, it's time to move on. Stretching, the girl said that now it is time to go to where the water wheel is collected. The way home will still need to buy something, so it is better to finish things before. The maid looked carefully at her lady. Her face showed that she wanted to ask something, but did not dare. At that time, the lady asked what was the matter. Iria began to talk about Isek, but Lisa cut her sharply, saying that she could not help anything, and to say more honestly immediately than to take the time. Despite this, the maid still felt lost, but still giving the Kazuri bracelet of lovers directly in the eyes of Isek was a little cruel. In such bracelets, color is the main importance. White symbolizes a declaration of love. Red can be very wide, and black is an adult bracelet. But even after these words, Lisa was sure. To agree, it is better to refuse Isek in his confession. In addition, the night and the name of the father will remain unplanned. The girl had already decided that she would keep herself for Kazura, because she wants him to become her husband. Therefore, it is very important for her to learn about his past as soon as possible. Over the past few days, while they worked together, these two have become much closer. As they say, even the deepest ditch will not overflow. The maid Lisa confirmed this, but added that Isaac felt guilty. Noticing her young lady's dissatisfied look, she was in a hurry to justify, assuring that she had nothing like that at all. In response, Lisa only breathed a lot and briefly ordered her to take a job. Evening time has come, unnoticed and quickly. Thanks to everyone for their work, Kazura left the cart. He was used to traveling back and forth, but such trips are still tedious and long-lasting. However, the first thought after returning was how Valetta was there, because 10 days have passed since he left. The light breeze walked around, forcing him to shudder a little. When Shin cast his gaze at the village of Gracier, his face became pale. What happened here? The man who stood in the door and took a basket with vegetables from the girl who came with the woman looked surprised after the lady who was in a hurry. The young frame was surprised and shocked. He did not believe his own eyes. How could this happen in just a few days? What happened here? There was already a wooden fence at the entrance to the village, and the guards were chatting next to the burning lanterns. The girl joyfully ran to the tire and greeted with him right at the entrance. The guy was still surprised because he did not expect such perseverance from Valetta. After the girl saw a reaction to the tires, she said that even in spite of all the successes, they now lag behind the graph. The reason is that they lack building materials and tools. Kazuo raised his hand to reassure the girl and assured that she could always count on him. From the edge of his jacket, he looked out a bracelet, which immediately attracted the attention of Valetta, but she said nothing and just offered to go to the house. Sitting at the table with the Aletta's family, the Kusura began talking to the homeowner about hysterical issues. But if he is held for another half a year, it will be too late. After all, drinking water in the city is delivered in the same way as in the village, and given the structure of the city, it will not be possible to provide it with all areas. The man ate and then announced that he was going on a night duty. The words that Isekai'D soldiers are already at the entrance have not reassured him. Who knows what can happen? However, there were some doubts in Kudzura. Recently, this has happened to him more and more, and it seems as if his father is just showing care. Remembering the embrace between Sheena and Valetta, he thought that the girl was sympathetic. However, only a 15-year-old girl sat in front of him. In his country at this age, they usually still go to school, and he himself had 25. The guy looked at the girl, feeling her excitement. Suddenly, the Valetta raised his voice, and the instruments in her hands were slightly rang from trembling, caused by strong emotions. Remembering the bracelet that was still on the boy's hand, the girl barely paid attention to him. She did not need to ask the frame itself to understand. A bracelet is a gift from Nelson's daughter. The guy removed the bracelet from his hand and, without thinking, stretched out his interlocutor directly in his palm. Looking at the bracelet in her hands, she looked surprised and a little upset. In her gaze felt indignation. But the girl only quietly said the name of the one who gave the bracelet. Without hesitation, Kudzura began to admire his new acquaintance, remembering how she helped develop these lands and deserved respect among the locals. The guy himself thought that the girl was just good for everyone, and that is why he kindly treats the bracelet. Of course, the tire did not notice how his interlocutor whitened his face and how his hands trembled, firmly clutched on his clothes. He only noted for himself that as the daughter of Lord Lai, she is probably already thinking about marriage, because aristocrats often marry early. Valetta hesitated a little and asked if she said something to the League when she handed Kasuri bracelet. Sheena, not quite understanding why such a question arose, answered that she only asked to take care of herself. When I asked if this bracelet matters the charm for health, the Japanese nodded silently. Valetta explained that the meaning of the bracelet was to help remain unharmed by conveying the Kuzuri's understanding of Lisa's actions. However, Valetta intentionally did not tell one important point. Breaking away from his thoughts, Sheena finally focused on a girl who was sitting opposite him, and suddenly realized that all this time he only praised the forest. The girl slightly clenched her little palms on her knees and asked for a casual so that he would buy her books when she returns home. She wanted something about history and unusual literature. Shin was not at all surprised to ask, and immediately decided to find out what the topic was interested in Valetta. He also reminded her that there are so many different books here. The girl replied that she read everything here, and the topic does not matter to her. Hearing that the girl remembers books about architecture, medicine, and even military affairs, the guy was surprised. But Valetta only quietly noted that this was still not enough. She was still a little trembling, and her voice was barely audible. Her words remained unspoken, dissolving in silence with a smile. The girl only quietly asked her request. The Kazur barely shuddered at the tension. He immediately promised to bring as much as he needed, even if he had to bring the whole mountain. After that, they quietly continued the dinner, although Valetta still looked upset, and the night slowly wrapped the entire empire. The next morning, the sun's rays made their way through fluffy clouds, and the village had already lived its usual life. On the river, women with girls were laundry. The flying out of the last towels folded everything into the wicker basket and looked around. Her gaze stopped at two knights. The girl greeted with them to attract their attention. It turned out that one of the knights was Isek. He greeted the girl, apologized that he was delayed, and asked if the coys went. Valetta nodded, agreeing. In her memory, she remembered how Kazur said goodbye to her, promising to return the next evening. She also remembered that he would have to leave again. Isaac may have inconvenient because everyone in their country accused this boy of problems that could not solve themselves. That is why he said that he was doing a lot for their country. The knight smiled at the girl and assured that he really wanted Kazura in no hurry and just rest in the village. He will help with everything he can. Stunned by such sincerity, Valetta clenched her lips into a thin line and confessed that she really had one request to ask. The girl, who at first glance seems fragile, laid her hand on her chest and with confidence in her eyes asked the knight to teach her martial arts. This request was a little surprised by Isaac because he did not understand why the girl to study it. However, the answer was quite clear. She made a conscious choice. Valetta no longer wanted to remain defenseless when her village was in trouble. The girl squeezed a small cam, looked at the boy in his eyes, and firmly stated that she wanted to protect the casual. To do this, she needs to learn how to fight. Although Valetta looked very tuned and wanted to do a full return, Isaac only closed her eyes and said calmly that it was impossible to master the martial arts in one morning. In addition, in order to learn how to protect people, it takes even more time to work out, and he cannot stay in the village constantly. With excitement, the girl said that she would be enough if the knight just teach her basics. She can still train herself if she understands how to do it. But the knight reminded again, it is much more difficult to learn after improper learning. In addition, in his opinion, martial arts are not like the hidden ability of this girl. But Valetta was not going to give up, so she suggested Isaac an option he had to agree to. So they went to another place together. The girl took the spear into her hands and put on a protective equipment. She was preparing for battle. The guy reminded her that if she does not work, she would have to give up that idea. In her head, her memories of how he asked to choose a weapon fell. Once the girl confidently said that the knight should choose the weapon that he was more comfortable to use. Deciding to take the sword, he went for the necessary equipment that the girl was holding with him right now. After a short distance, both participants of the sparring agreed to start. Isaac again repeated that he was not going to attack the first and gave Valetta a chance to start, but warned that she would have to defend himself from his counterattack. The girl squeezed the spear in her fragile hands, and Isaac unexpectedly felt the ants ran on the back, although nothing special happened in appearance. Rejecting obsessive thoughts, Isaac built a shield in front of him and asked the girl to hit him with all his strength, frankly aiming at his life. Hearing this, Valetta was surprised, but did not retreat. She took a deep breath. She exhaled and opened her eyes, and her gaze changed sharply. Before Isaac was not a fragile girl, but an angry beast that could attack at any moment. Having learned that Valetta was approaching, she pushed away from the ground, and at an incredible speed, she crashed against Isaac, giving a shrill gnashing. Isaac did not expect it and got lost for a moment. However, the next blow that he was just in his head forced him to gather. If he had been stubborn for a second, everything could end very badly. The knight beat the blow again, and then in preparation for a serious answer, raised his sword high over his head. The blow seemed too strong and could seriously harm the girl. Isaac was confused, forgetting caution, and because of this, he paid immediately. When the man gradually returned to the man, he heard someone's voice calling him, but severe pain in his head did not allow him to disassemble the words. Before the eyes of Valetta, there was an alarming picture in which she tried to understand what Isaac was feeling now and what he had. Touching the broken nose, the new moon is quietly squeezed with pain, and the girl only apologized and said that she completely forgot to contain the power of the blow. The guy suddenly returned to the girl and again assured her that nothing was wrong, because it was much more important. But these words were immediately lost somewhere in his thoughts when Isaac saw a very healthy girl, in whose eyes tears will appear in the eyes. He clearly remembered how the sword hit the girl's hand and her weapon slipped out of her palm. But the next moment, he saw a fist flies in his direction. It was really dangerous. The first question was whether the girl received a blessing from the casual. Valetta did not hide anything and nodded back. Aztec, continuing to rub his nose, said it would be better to warn immediately about it because even a training spear could seriously injure the enemy. The girl apologized again and reminded me of the basics of martial arts. Remembering this small detail of their arrangement, Isaac acknowledged his defeat. It was very pleased with the girl, and she literally shone with happiness. However, the promise is a promise, so the knight agreed to teach the Walido of martial arts and lightly touched her shoulder as a sign of honor. From this small movement, the girl shuddered, and Isaac remembered that she was also wounded, although Valetta herself said that she was almost hurt. The knight began to panic immediately. Everything happened too suddenly. He was scared. Then he said that she had to be taken to the Kazura immediately. But it was not in place, and the knight did not know what to do now. The girl was surprised by such care, and once again repeated that everything was fine with her. She asked not to talk about these training in Shin, because she did not want to create problems. He was surprised to see a slight upset on Isaac's face, but Isaac nodded firmly, and without any hesitation, he assured that he would keep it secret for the sake of Koi's. Returning to the issue of injury, the guy again suggested to look at the wounded hand, but Valetta assured that he should not be worried. A little rest, and everything would pass. However, the crunch that came from her brush hinted at another. Once in a hopeless position, Isaac agreed, though he thought about the strange force of persuasion that person has. After that, they went to the village together. Isaac had to wash, and Valetta promised to give him a towel a little earlier. Before leaving, the Kusura decided to find out in Mines, the girlfriends of the flats, how she feels. In response, Mina assured that everything was fine with the girl. She returned to the usual state, so there is nothing to worry about. With a sigh of relief, the guy thought that Nina was really a wonderful girlfriend, and how well Valetta also returned to the usual state. Smiling from Kizura's reaction to her words, Nina jokingly said that Valetta had a real luck and even a little envy her. For some reason, these words embarrassed the tire, But Nina seemed sincerely fun. Swept, because he was so easily surrounded by a regular schoolgirl around his finger, Kazura asked him to inform him if something suspicious happened. Nina, not hiding smiles, promised that she would continue to follow her girlfriend. When the Kazur reached the exit from the Empire, he sighed heavily. Children are really something scary, the guy thought. Opening the door of his house, he immediately came to business. At first, I needed to call my father to order more copper and tin, but without a car, it would be difficult. The tall building, with panoramic windows on the second floor, had a completely different look than its filling. Inside, there was a glass of glass, which looked very sophisticated, and everywhere a variety of elegant glass products were located. Stopping at the containers with soft and strong glass, the Kois thought where to start. If you take a solid glass, it will be more difficult to work with it. It can crack and break in the process. I wonder if someone can sell such a glass in despair. Having apologized, the guy turned to a girl who seems to have worked here, asking to show tools for glass processing. He added that he had never done this before. The girl came confidently and immediately asked how much a young man was ready to spend. The choice of them is large. There are burners for solid glass with an oxygen generator as well as gas stoves. Kazur thought noted that he really indifferent which item to choose. In the end, he stopped on an oxygen burner, and then the girl suggested that you explain how to use it. After a detailed consultation on the work of the burner, the tire said that the burner they have just considered and is chosen by the oxygen generator. The more expensive, the better, isn't it? Then the store worker advised to choose the stove used when cooling the glass to prevent cracks on the product. But this option did not suit the Kasuras, because this stove consumed too much electricity. The girl said that in this case, there are other ways. For example, you can use special material for laying. This material should be poured into the box. Even the remaining cookie is suitable. Then the product is put there. This is suede porcelain. The choice was so small. Additionally, there were things such as glasses and tweezers. The girl also asked if the gas cylinder was needed, but noted that it was better to ask her father whether there was something else needed. As Hura intended to work in an engineering company in the future, he entered the premises. He was offered to sit down and wait a little, but the guy did not sit out of work. Instead, he began to look at books on the shelves of the cabinet. A few minutes in the room, a door handle clicked in the room, and a middle-aged man came inside a work bath. He thanked the visit and repeated the request with which Sheena came. Thanks to the man for responding to his request, he once again reminded their telephone conversation, adding a few clarifications. However, in order to solve the problem of water and well, it is better to find out the opinion of a real specialist. Listening to what the tire told, the engineer concluded, most likely the reason is that during the rains, the polluted water level rises, and if the rains are not at all, then the well will dry. After reflection on solving the problem of Kazura, he suggested to dig a well deeper, and the engineer added that you can also change the location of the well. After all the decisions made, the man suggested to dig a well with his company, but Kazura replied that he wanted to do it himself. Still, digging a well is a real male dream. It was with such thoughts that the man decided to share the secrets of this case with Sheena and tell what tools he would need. So the night was unnoticed. The Kazur was very tired through all this chaos, but at the same time, he felt satisfied because all the planned cases were done. The plans for tomorrow appeared on their own. You need to learn how to do oil, pick up a generator, and buy a centrifuge. Cancer. Without a call. Someone called just when he thought about things. The father promised that all the guy asked would be taken home until 10 in the morning. The list of things needed was short, but everyone was of great importance. Copper, tin, propane balloon, and metal saw. Kazur thanked his father for his help and then listened to his excitement, whether he had fallen into any trouble. The son calmly replied that nothing serious happened. You can handle everything. After a short pause, the father wanted to ask what was happening right now, and his words sounded uncertainly that a little surprised the tire. Having broken his son half a word, his father said it was no matter and that he could call him at any time. He is always ready to help. It further confused the hero. What is happening here? Meanwhile, the knight is also hysterical. But two girls did not even think about a dream. Nana screamed at her girlfriend, reproaching herself for not having to confess. Sorry, and not knowing where to put her eyes, the girl said that she could not answer immediately. The answer was very surprised by Nasu because it turned out that she could ask him to hug her. However, she did not dare to confess her feelings. Valetta found an excuse, and then she came to the rescue of the smell of essential oil. Nana was a girl stubborn and straight. She suggested that her friend use the oil again, but this time it is decisive this time. However, Valetta confessed that she would be too awkward. From such actions, it could really fall through the ground. Initially, her girlfriend's reaction was too sharp, but noticing how blushed, Nana still asked if she was all right with her, and then said that it was still worth talking about it. Of course, if Valetta continues to be hesitant, the Casurus will take Lee because she has already taken the first step. She gave the fan a red bracelet. It was upset because the girl understood everything well. Although it was already dark outside, inflamed torches accelerated the darkness and enveloped two girls with warm light. Their dispute was noisy, though not very decent. Nana jumped out of her place, accusing her friend that she could not act decisively and did it quite unexpectedly. Posting her finger to her indecisive girlfriend, Nana decided that they should be informed by the League. This man had already been sold. Valetta was puzzled and seems not quite clear what it was about. Returning home, the flake leaned on the table and looked carefully at the wicker bracelet. She quietly tumbled under her nose, thinking what to do next. The girl was very ashamed, because in the end, she was persistent, with the persistence of Nana, and woven a white lace bracelet. Although it was strange and caused a little confusion, and the confidence in Vletta's gaze did not disappear. When the bracelet was ready, Nana said, if Shino is wearing it daily, then no one else would approach him. And if the guy himself realizes what these bracelets mean, then the feelings of the whales will definitely come to him. Nana put a soothing hand on her girlfriend's shoulder and said in a whisper that only a little patience was needed. If the Kois understands the value of the bracelet, they will be able to flirt as much as you want. Nana was clearly very excited about the idea of introducing a girlfriend to the guy she likes. She started talking hard about what the answer to the bracelet should be, and added that the next bracelet would definitely be with black embroidery. The girl could not stop the flow of her thoughts. In her eyes, love was burning. However, Valetta in her head was constantly circling one thought: how to take the next step. The girl shook her head and looked at her handbag. She pulled out a book about essential oils and then got one more. She flipped through the pages of this book, feeling strange excitement. Valetta read, feeling the heart shrinks in the chest. In her hands, she kept a fragrant suspension with lavender. She was waiting for her to look nervously. This is a story about one day and how you can discover the talents of others. Ira and Kazura have finally decided to take on the preparation of oil. The girl gently scored the milk with a taddy and strained it through a sieve. The maid gently shifted the liquid into the vessel, handed over a glass of sini, and he closed it with a lid and shook well. When Kazura opened a glass again and said that nothing happened, he realized that this was not enough. The noise from the kitchen attracted the attention of several more servants. All the maids were surprised to watch the frame trying to knock down the milk, and he explained to them that they did the oil. Tired, the guy fell to the floor, and Ira took the initiative to cook further. Arya also could not cope, and everything turned into a strange game. The container with milk began to move from hand to hand. The noise and cheerful exclamations of the maids who supported the participants of a kind of endurance competition attracted the attention of Marie. She was also offered to join this fun. Marie took a strange vessel, but did not understand what was happening. The girls were talking about what you need to try harder, shake well, and it seems then get the oil. Marie smiled with interest because she did not even know that butter could be obtained from milk. This discovery excited a little and seized it. Marie turned the cup and began to shake her incredibly quickly. Everyone froze. No one even imagined that Marie had similar talents. Everyone had not yet recovered from the shock when the maid reported that the milk was well frozen. Hearing this, everyone shuddered. The Kazur thanked the girl and suggested that the product immediately taste. At first, everyone tasted only the butter itself and then decided to spread it on bread. It turned out very tasty. Valetta always looked very sweet, but only Nina knew what her gentle cheeks had. However, her girlfriend did not even suspect it and perceived everything as a joke. The sun was slowly leaning over a small village. The morning has come. The girl opened her blue eyes and climbed from the chair. It seems that this is how she fell asleep last night. At the same time, in Japan, she stretched on her bed, drank an energy engineer to feel cheerful, and with sparks in her eyes, she was preparing for a new, busy day. The roads were almost empty, possibly because there was still morning. Therefore, Kazur quickly reached his mountain hut. Getting out of the car, she immediately began to check the phone. The delivery that the father was talking about was to come soon. Her assumptions were confirmed by the sound of the car that was approaching. He turned his face to the truck approaching him. The man waited quietly until she stopped. The courier, who left the car, asked if he lived here and named the name of the one he was looking for. She told the courier that delivery was for her and asked to leave the goods right near the house. When all the goods were unloaded, Kazura and the courier said goodbye. He thanked the courier, shouting the words of gratitude after the passing truck. Unpacking the goods delivered, the brunette with shining eyes noticed that he finally received his hydroelectric generator. While waiting for a new delivery, Shino decided to check the device to make sure he was working. The guy found the instruction at the bottom of the box and immediately began to study it carefully. In order for the generator to work, it had to be tilted at a certain angle. There was a problem. It will not work to install this generator in the estate because there is a very flat surface. After failure, she immediately considered the spare plan. She wondered if she could install a water wheel on the canal, but realized that she would also have to build aqueductia to pull water. Due to the fact that ideas were not quite coinciding with reality, the work has become more and new questions arose. Will the capacity of the water wheel be enough? Will you need to look for another solution? Before installation, you need to discuss it with others. After a while, another truck arrived. This time, more boxes were unloaded from it than before. Having viewed the account from the courier service, she came to the conclusion that the tools for digging had already been delivered. The boxes neatly lay different, strange mechanisms, and next to them were pictures with explanations. The stone cutters looked perfect and were made of carbide, but with this species, the Kujur was covered by memories. How difficult it was for him to explain why he was so many such things. The guy also received a drawing of the MAGE tools. It is an era that lasted from the 19th to the beginning of the 20th century. It would be great to reproduce them and fit into history. When talking about Histria, you should also mention the production of steel. After all, the discovery of iron should be a real revolution. Shino himself was not going to teach the local residents in this case, but everything depended on what the situation with neighboring countries would be. Closing the boxes, Brunez thought, if someone else in the world has already found iron, he will not mind selling it. Such things should be discussed with Nelson and Zirconium. The guy thought that if he had an iron, the work would be much faster. Maybe you should really buy a book about steel production. After checking all the goods received, Shinu again put everything in his transport and smiled satisfied. For a long time, he did not sit behind the wheel of this machine. Sitting at the wheel of his car, the Kasura started the engine and with passion went to the village of Gracier. It's time to take the excavation. As soon as Shino drowned the engine of his transport, the first person he saw was Valetta. She seems to have come to meet him. This time, Kazur really brought with him many different things. Wallet looked at the mysterious goods so openly and enthusiastically that it could not be noticed. After greeting the girl, Brune apologized that he could not bring everything at once because the truck would not withstand such weight. Valetta waved her hand and assured that everything was fine. The blonde put her hands on her chest and smiled gladly. She just finished cooking dinner. This time, there should have been rice with red beans. It is almost impossible to refuse such an invitation. The girl's words reminded Katsura that he bought a lot of food last time. In Japan, rice with red bean is considered a festive dish. Shino told about it, and then jokingly added that today they also had a small holiday. The girl with a smile agreed with her. The girl suddenly smiled widely and happily reported that today is a holiday because Kasura finally returned. Her words were caught by the boy by surprise. He was noticeably discouraged because he did not expect such a reaction. Shino could not restrain the excitement and suggested going inside the house. The table has already been covered. All the dishes looked incredibly delicious. They were even difficult to look at them. I wanted to taste immediately. The brunette did not wait long and immediately sat down at the table. The first dish he tasted was an omelette. It was delicious. Valine was the same thought, though he was slightly tired, secretly pulling a few pieces earlier. He apologized for not restraining. The man received support from Shino, who assured that he understands him perfectly because Valetta, in fact, is simply incredible. The blonde glowed from such praise and cheerfully protected to her nose, and two men continued to discuss the sophisticated taste of her dishes enthusiastically. They even compared her cooking with food in Gavel's mansion, but still honored would prefer Vlet dishes. Taking advantage of the right moment, Valentra inserted into a conversation that his daughter would be a wonderful wife. The wallet had grown from these words, and the Kazura was so surprised that he almost jumped food and hurried to drink water. Going from the table to the mint bed, the guy and the girl spoke that although some sprouts are already large, they grow much slower than written in the book. However, it is not like poisoning. Reflecting on the causes of slow growth, the couple noticed that the mint, which was fueled by fertilizers, grows quickly enough. They suggested that the problem could be in the lack of nutrients. Kashuri asked the girl whether she noticed nothing surprise, but she replied that he was not. She said that she often waters plants and immediately pulls away weeds. However, the guy was interested. He immediately clarified what these weeds grow. The weeds were very small, not larger than a centimeter. They were immediately pulled out. Nothing new has happened lately. This is exactly what one opinion told me. It is possible that nutrients are really exhausted. If enough, weeds would be larger. But weeds are removed every time, so nutrients should be enough. However, at the bottom of the pot still had to remain nutrients, because Valetta took care of them every day. But while they were in Austria, Other villagers looked after the plants. That's right, they watered the plants equally so that the moisture was distributed evenly. Because of this, even weeds at the roots could get water along with nutrients. This may indicate that these plants are local, no matter how many of them are here. Kazur interrupted the girl until she has added that it means nothing. However, the roots will grow without stopping, but their nutritional value will not change. The difference in size still remains unclear. If the plants are planted and the nutrients do not return to the soil, and it happens again and again, then the earth in this world will over time exhaust and lose everything useful. But all these were only guesses. So, deciding so, she promised to watch the plants more closely to make sure of her assumptions. The Kazur rose from the ground and said that it was time to return to Japan again. The girl wondered if she would return for dinner, and in response, she heard that. In addition, the guy hinted that he would like to taste her omelette. Valetta smiled happily at such a request and gladly agreed to cook this dish for dinner again. Now the guy had a great reason to return home on time. Saying goodbye, the girl once again cast a sad look at the beds. The guy and the girl sat on the shore and fishing. They talked about how Zirconia decided to allocate more money for clothes and hygiene products. Marie thought that this money would be enough for other things, so she decided to thank Madame with her sincere and honest work. The girl was red with her own thoughts, but still answered Havil to his question that she had already had time. From all that could be bought, the guy was most interested in the hinged castle. Noticing his interest, the girl was a little confused and hurried to explain. The castle was needed for a cabinet or bedside table to keep money there. Quev himself believed that it was better to keep money in the bank, but did not insist on it. Then he suggested just closing the whole room, not every shelf, separately. Marie replied that she didn't want to ask for it. Huel looked at the girl and suggested that in this case he would ask for it, which was very embarrassed by her. Marie was confused by what was happening. She did not know what to say, and the guy at that moment stroked her on her head and said that at that time it is enough to thank. Isaac looked carefully at the tense structure, but his distraction, Hannibal, which was returned from fishing. He reported that it was time to cook dinner. Noticing the strange expression of the knight's face, the guy asked if something had happened, but the knight just replied that everything was fine. Isaac, noticing a couple of fishing tackle, asked if they really went fishing, because he did not see the man getting up in the morning. Havil explained that he used his free time and together with his sister rest near the river. The news that Marie was Isaac's sister surprised the boy, because in fact they were not blood relatives, but Isaac confessed that he himself did not like to think that they had different mothers, so once again confirmed, a girl for him, a real sister. The knight asked one of the members of his team whether Kazur knows that Marie was his sister. He replied that he did not know. The knight decided that it was not of great importance, but later thanked for the answer. Isaac's face twisted with anger. Havil always waited for the right moment to closely monitor the actions of Kazur, and even dared to tell him the truth. Isaac shook his head and reminded that he did nothing wrong and had no evil intention. Isaac raised his voice, stating that if he had done something secretly from Zirconia or himself, he would just close his eyes. But in his opinion, it is not necessary to use Zeno as a means of achieving goals. He does too much for them. The young man nodded his head, making it clear that he completely agrees with what he said and swear to never do so again. The guy's gaze made Isaac shudder. Squeezing his fist even stronger, the knight hit his partner in his chest and, passing by, reminded him not to forget what he said today. At the same time, in Japan, Kazur is happy to go shopping. Today, His shopping list was especially long. Sellers in the store were clearly pleased with such a buyer. Such visitors do not appear here often. They immediately began to advise the goods to buy. The Kois did not want to argue with the seller, so he just agreed to the printer offered and asked to show accessories to him. Paper, cutters. Buying a printer should greatly facilitate the work with the drawings. You also need to check that the Austrian parchment is suitable for this printer. The seller continued to talk about the goods so that the customer did not feel inconvenience and did not want to go to another store. Although all these details were not particularly interested in Zeno, he still agreed. When Sheena came to the familiar store, she replenished her cart again, bought a few barrels of extra gasoline and a large refrigerator. When the guy watched the list, suddenly his distraction is familiar with the voice. The saleswoman from the store greeted him and asked what he was looking for today. After they greeted, the guy asked if someone could take the goods to the cashier because he himself would like to go to the store and look. Returning to the question of what the kazoo was needed, he addressed the seller and asked if they had a centrifuge, adding that he wanted to try to make soybean oil. The man was surprised because they did not have such a product. However, he quickly replied that he could order a catalog and arrange delivery specifically for hay, but he would have to pay the commission. It turns out that when he had big money, he simply stopped denying people. So he agreed to the seller's offer and said he would be glad to receive the goods in 2 to 3 days. Saying goodbye to her husband, Katsura continued to perform the task on his list, which Valetta made. The list seemed strange to him, but he still couldn't understand why buying such things right now. Walking past one of the goods, he paid the boy's attention. It was a drawing board. From that moment on, she remembered how he constantly made uneven notes in his notepad, just as at the university, and this device could greatly facilitate his life. Seeing one of the sellers of the store, the brunette attracted his attention and asked to pack 2 such boards for him. After that, the guy went to the store a little and put a line for drawing, compasses, and other necessary things. His next stop was a bookstore. Valetta again asked her to bring her new books, and since the girl was interested in various topics, the shopping basket looked a real mess there. The last point of the route was a pharmacy. As promised, the connoisseur returned to Austria for dinner. He gladly tasted the dishes that Valetta prepared, and in the meantime, she told him about changes that they were waiting for Austria. Having joined the conversation, she explained that Austria would take some time to start changing. To do this, you still need to install pumps and make more, so the process will definitely not be fast. She honestly admitted that almost everything depends on the production of pumps, and when the masters can start work, no one knows. However, Valetta hoped that next spring they would be able to work well. The frame, having started washing dishes, noted that it is also necessary to make craft machines and build ice storage facilities. He sighed because it is not easy to start a new case immediately after the previous one. They will not surprise them, because they will decide that next year it is planned only to dig wells and explore new territories. After all, there are special machines for the manufacture of tools. After washing the dishes, she remembered that he came to the girl not with empty hands, but brought with him small gifts that she had already told her. On the table in front of Valetta, there were various care products, well packed in the female style. It looks like the girl saw such things for the first time in life. Turning the girl's admiration, Chanel suggested that she open the boxes, because they are even more beautiful inside. The cable himself did not understand anything in cosmetics, but was grateful for detailed instructions. The funny advertising label on the package of the cream clearly cheered the pair, and the guy said that it is not necessary to worry too much because of minor skin changes. The guy advised to try to apply a little makeup on the skin and monitor the result. After all, something may not go properly. When Valetta with a rabbit dealt with cosmetics and moved to tea, the girl also decided to hand over her gift. The girl gave the boy sitting opposite a small purse and asked to see what inside. A wooden pendant, decorated with carved petals, was in a bag. It was gently pulled by a lavender aroma. The salad said she tried to create a fragrant pendant, and since it was her first experience, he could come out a little strange. But her excitement disappeared after the sincere and passionate words of Kasura. Kazura saw that there was nothing inside the pendant, and the girl explained that the essential oil impregnated a small piece of fabric lying inside. Wallet, lightly holding the edge of her dress, said with a shy blush on her cheeks that she would like the Kasura to wear this pendant when she would return to Histria. The caster smiled, holding a gift in his hands, and throwing him around his neck, immediately reliably tied her around her neck. The pendant perfectly complemented the image of the tire. A light blush appeared on his cheeks, giving out the boy's excitement. However, he sincerely thanked the girl and promised to always keep a gift with him. She smiled, hearing the girl's words, clumsily clenched her hands. Perhaps it was not quite what she wanted, but still so well. The next day, Kazuro was preparing for departure. He was going to return next month, but said Aletti that she could always turn to him if something needed. The girl clenched his fist to cheer herself and said that the tire can also turn to her if she or everyone in the village would need help for him. In her memoirs, she saw herself with an awkward smile and a blush on her cheeks. These were simple words of farewell. She, as always, wished a good road, waved her hand, and when the one she waved turned away, felt uncomfortable sadness. Nina sighed heavily, watching her friend's face. If she continues to do so, he can really pick it up, but nothing will change, and Lavender will still wait. She was ready to wait, even despite her excitement. Valetta took a small bag, put a book about the history of metal processing inside, and this was completed. Seeing that the daughter was going somewhere, his father asked where she was going. The girl quickly replied, "She goes to the mountains." If she did not return by the evening, she asked the dad to prepare her dinner on her own. The girl opened a wooden front door, smiled at her father, and said that he wanted to look at iron ore, and she would run into the mountains, so there would be no problems. Valetta still came out on time, but still a little late. The Loma was already waiting for her at the site of the meeting. Having apologized, the girl said she relied on his help in the room. The girl quickly got a pre-prepared book, showed her finger to one of the illustrations, and explained to her husband that they went on a journey to find such a stone. According to her, splashes on it can be red or black. Lodor looked at the pictures in the book that Valetta brought and wondered how detailed they were. The girl explained to him that these were photos. The man was even more fun because no one was waiting for a guest from another world. And Valetta only noted that compared to the other things he brought, it did not seem so miracle. When the login completed the study of the purpose of the hike, he called his young friend to move towards the mountains. Their path was still distant. Their movement was so fast that it was difficult to see something. The Larue, though used to such, was still worried about Valetta, so he decided to ask if everything was going at the usual pace. In response, he heard that everything was fine. Although they did not talk about it, the man remembered that he saw the cave on the slope of the mountain, and she recalled him. The girl wanted to answer her companion, but immediately received a warning. It is better to remain silent. The man continued to speak to himself. Before him was a cave that looked like an abandoned mine, and there were piles of large stones around. Perhaps this is the place from the photo. Memories rolled up on Escort. He even mentioned how heavy it was raining that day, and they decided to hide right in the tunnel. But then it turned out that the bats were tearing there. To be honest, it was very difficult. They, several times on the bats of bats, and could not get out of there, because they would completely get wet to the thread. These memories did not cause them pleasant feelings. When they got to the entrance to the forest, Loma reported that they had already passed a long distance and almost reached the goal. But Valetta was very tired, and it took a little time to restore her breathing. However, the difference in force was noticeable. Lodor goes hunting every year at this time, so he not only knows these places well. The man briefly went into the forest while the girl was resting. Returning, he held a branch. If you tilt this branch, you can collect water from it to freshen up. However, Loma himself warned that he should not drink much because he can crash his stomach. But now, probably, nothing is threatening. The girl lifted a twig to her lips, thanked the servant for his care, and made a few sips. Questioning thirst, Valetta asked if she wanted to drink the water. He just waved, explaining that if he starts drinking, the Casurur would be angry. The girl did not immediately understand what she was about, but when her cheeks were bad, it became clear. She realized everything. After a small bustle, Valetta with the Lodura moved further, already heading deep into the forest. The man cut the branches with a sharp knife, and the girl was slowly following him. Stopping for a moment, Lomor suggested collecting several shiny branches because the door in his home has become very bad lately. Others supported this idea and decided to collect branches on the way back. A little time passed, and a team of 2 people finally overcame the thick forest and heavy terrain. What opened their gaze struck them to the depths of the soul. The path, paved stones, leaked the river. In the sun, the water shone, as if precious stones were hiding in its waters. The stones on both sides of the river added mysticism and rest to this place. The Lomor supported his admiration with a new place because he felt the same thing for the first time. It was their favorite parking lot. Here, the river had a depth where you could swim or fish. The man showed his hand towards a small pile of stones, explaining that it was the same stones from the photo. Valetta confirmed his guess. Red stones were difficult to confuse with something else. Rejecting their reflections on them, Valen wondered if this river was the same as near their village. She was answered in the affirmative. This is the same river, just further downstream with others. The girl's head immediately matured a clear plan. They can make a raft on the river and fuse stones to the village and then dry the wood and use it for a fire. The terrain here is a mountainous, so they will not interfere with anyone. The girl is distracted from reflection on the implementation of her plan Lodor. He suggested looking at the cave he mentioned on the way, and she agreed without objections. When the girl was suddenly surrounded by high, rocky walls, she hurriedly climbed into her handbag and got a book. Turning a few pages, she finally found the right image and was clear. In the place where they are now, there was a great living ore. This is visible on striped patterns on stones. Closer to the evening, the girl returned home. After having to take a shower, she thought about how to use the things she found. Somewhat will fit for construction and other cases, and she decided to leave the rest for her own needs. However, the girl still has to perform the basic exercises she showed her as Shek. These are physical training. Work with a sword and a shield, studying different weapons, and more. In the memoirs of Valetta, Isaac was always serious when he said that everything should be learned gradually. She can't master everything right away. The power that helps protect loved ones is not only the ability to fight. Crossing her legs, the girl realized that she should be ready for everything. But here, she did not have time for it. When they said goodbye, she could not tell him anything. Only embarrassed, she wished a happy road and escaped his departure silhouette. She tightly squeezed small cams, and in her blue eyes, she burned determination. Whatever it happens, if she really wants to be near the Gracier, the girl will do her best. The girl lifted the lower edge of her clothes from the ground, hurriedly stretched his pants, and breathed heavily. Sometimes it depletes. However, remembering clumsy gifts from the casual, the girl smiled and thought that it was still worth going to the bath. Meanwhile, on the way to Austria, the Kois, along with the accompaniment, decided to stay overnight. Everyone was making fire and already set tents for rest. All four sat by the campfire, and their conversation about family ties surprised me a little. Sheena, for example, thought Gavil and Marie was just relatives, but when it turned out that they were actually a brother and sister, it was a surprise. If he knew about it before, he would probably be happy. Havil put his hand on his heart and sincerely apologized because he believed that this information was not so important for fulfilling the responsibilities of the Kasuras. Hearing this, Kazura began to look at everything from a different angle. He suggested that he work for less than hours so that she and her brother could return home, even if it would be a little later. Isaac looked at his friend distrustfully, but simply thanked him and added that they were so good that they could stay with Kazuro. However, it made him think. She no longer hid her curiosity and once asked him, as if inadvertently, why Marie was a maid if she is a daughter of a noble kind. In fact, the father Hotula started a child with a girl who was in forced service, so everything happened. Howler does not like that many children in similar circumstances are born with the status of his mother. The young man with a joyful smile turned to Marie, thanking her for a new task. Marie was confused with surprise and blushed, but she tried to reassure her. Kazura looked at the girl who trembled and suggested that after she was informed of her slave status, the maid was scared that she could be released. But this tension seemed too strange, even for this reason. Bruns remembered the words that Gavil once said, "All this happens because he has someone to protect." Now Bruns realized that then the guy meant Marie Vac. Squeezing his fist, she realized how genuine and warm love prevailed between Havil and Marie. She said that social status was not important for him. The guy smiled friendly and suggested changing the topic, starting a conversation about medicine in Austria. It was even a little surprised by Gevil. The guy continued to insist on his plan and talked about Marie, but heard joyful words in response. She was not mind. For some reason, it annoyed a little. Kova wondered why. Even knowing about the situation of Marie, his interlocutor did not suggest to release the girl from the state of slavery. Only joyful thoughts about brotherly love and promise to always support in the head of the Shino if something bad happens in the family. The Kusura decided that once Gevil supports Marie, he would help himself from the outside. So he thought that Marie should be told about it, but it is better to do it a little later. Marie shuddered a little, but agreed. The conversation seems to have not been like the guy planned. However, if Marie finds out who the case is really, they will definitely get closer. In the meantime, he was glad even such a result. Finally reaching out to Austria, Kasura stretched, and the star that came out to meet him greeted the boy and suggested that he was probably tired of the long road. Sighing from fatigue, Brune noted that although he managed to return on time, the journey seemed quite grueling. But the Zirconic, noticing his dissatisfaction, said the bath was ready. The Kazur thanked the girl for her concern for him and began to rush in her bag. In parallel, she was interested in whether she took the bath. After the guy received the refusal, he reached out a small bag. Inside was a souvenir of hot springs. Its pleasant aroma helps to relax and relieve fatigue. In addition, the set has soap and shampoo. The girl smiled happily. She thanked for such a large number of gifts and promised that she would definitely try them today. Kazura thanked him and then asked the zirconium to enter him after the toilet. The girl was surprised, but the guy added that she wants to give her something more. He mentioned all the banks he brought to women of this world. He also thought that Sakuramum did not know Japanese, so he would have to explain everything himself. The girl asked the Kazur if he would like to see her in a somewhat unusual image. The guy was surprised, but did not pay very much attention. At this point, Zirconium squeezed her hand. After the bath and dressing, holding the refrigerator stuffed with food, she smiled happy. The work was done, and this filled it with pride. The Kusura spread all the cosmetics on the table and slowly began to study the instructions for them when the Zirconium knocked on the door. The girl in a light nightshirt opened the door quietly, walked into the room, and apologized for what she was waiting. The guy suggested that she sit down and said that he would cook tea now. Why the girl chose to sit on the bed remains a mystery, because they would be more comfortable at the table. Finally, paying attention to the appearance of the girl who approached him, Kazura stopped himself from unnecessary thoughts and decided that he was simply exaggerating. Attempts to talk, asking for new bathrooms from Zirconium, strangely unsuccessful. Kazura turned shyly to the girl sitting on his bed and told her that the tea was ready. He carefully warned that she did not burn, but his words suddenly broke. Zirconium sat on the bed, trembled from fear, then from the cold, and transparent tears have already come together in the corners of her eyes. What happened? Zirconia continued to shake the whole structure a little, and when she said that his name knew her voice, it made the boy nervously shudder. For some reason, his head suddenly dizzy, and different thoughts began to rotate in the imagination. The guy could not understand what was happening. The girl, with tears in her eyes, began to assure that she would do everything right, and confessed that she was for the first time. She asked quietly to be tender with her. After these words, Kazur seemed to be awake from the action of magic. The guy finally realized why the girl wept, and it struck him. He became clear. He was guilty of everything. The Kazur apologized and began to tell that he called the girl to herself for a completely different purpose than she thought. In fact, he just wanted to give her a few things and thought it was more convenient to do in the room. Her herkini was a little tidy, but the tears were no longer rolling on the cheeks. She realized that it had just happened, and a few moments in the room was silence. The girl was no longer shaking, but the tears flowed even more. She sobbed, apologizing and not understanding how she could think that she would be called for something like that. After all, there are so many other beautiful girls in the estate. Kazura interrupted the self-indulgence of a girl who suddenly burst into tears. She said the zirconium is very beautiful, and from it is a calm, soothing energy. For some reason, his words were perceived as if he wanted to do everything that this naive girl dreamed of. In order to stop such thoughts, the Kois strongly rejected the idea and suggested that you complete the adventures for today. The girl trembled slightly, bowed her head in front of the shelter, and apologized. He also tilted his head in response. The whole situation looked very strange. When the door closed behind Zirconia, the brunette grabbed his head, thinking what he was looking for when meeting with this girl. How could he be so meaningless? Although everything turned out to be a misunderstanding, but the mention of the face, covered with tears, made Brene understand that he would not want to be hated so much to cry. However, now he had to fall asleep. The star ran into her room and, trying to calm his breath, gently slid her back on the wooden door and sank to the floor. The situation was completely different, and a person in front of it was also quite different. Somewhere in the heart, the girl realized that she remained clean, but from that moment, she no longer wanted to see anything like that. Memories of past times seemed to come to life before her eyes. Pain, tears, screams, Why, even after so many years, she still allows herself to cry because of it. She misses her family madly. The easy knock on the door made the guy get out of bed and let Marie into his room. The maid greeted with Tom and asked him to take care of her today. It seems that such the beginning of the day has already become familiar to them. The young man, sitting on the bed, smiled and smiled slightly, waving his guests with his hand as a sign of greeting. The Kazur shot the girl to himself, with a gesture inviting her to approach. He led him to a big white cabinet similar to the snow. The guy explained that he was a refrigerator and said Marie to take all the products here. In this place, the food is stored much longer because it is constantly cool here. Marie, however, looked in confusion and frightened, though it was unclear why. The Kazura continued to explain to the girl how the new device works and noted that today it is better to have soup from the package and you can still take canned bread. Opening the door to the dining room, Kazura immediately heard a greeting from Nelson, and in response, he greeted himself, not forgetting to greet the forest that was sitting at the table. Seeing an empty space at the table, she immediately asked where the star disappeared. Nelson answered quite vaguely. He said that because of fatigue, she is now resting in her room. The rabbit was very faded, and the man at the table told him that zirconium worked without rest until yesterday, and it seems that the fatigue has finally made herself known. Clumsily pushing the chair, he sat down on him. Kazura understood that it was not just a fatigue, but also the consequences of yesterday's events. He had to deal with this earlier. Lisa's voice distracts the guy from thinking about zirconium. She said she would now help him with work. Since water wheels are already installed, you can safely move on to other tasks. Lisa explained that this result was achieved only through the hard work of many people. However, the girl herself bypassed the home of wounded soldiers, asking if they needed any help. However, those who participated in the battles had the basic skills necessary for the construction of camps and care for water treatment, so they could help carpenters and take up easy work during construction. This approach to solving the problem was very surprised by Kazura. Only Lisa, which is respected and loved by locals, could be reconciling the common interests of both parties. When they finished discussing Lisa's working questions, she asked the boy a little time after lunch. Nelson added that if their conversation concerns what they were talking about last time, it allows you to enter any room. When Lisa entered the room, she saw many cabinets tightly filled with books. She was informed that it was an archive, and many important documents were stored here. The girl was holding a candle in her hands. It was the only light around. She still said that most documents are stored here, and her most important father is keeping in her office. Finding the right document, the couple went to the table to consider the drawings, which the masters rebuilt water wheels. For some reason, the wooden base was made stronger, but the forest did not understand. Why? The girl removed a strand of hair by her ear and said that she wanted to show him. The guy, full of enthusiasm, began to look carefully. After a thorough study of Kazu's drawings, he concluded that everything is fine with them, so you should try to create one sample for further mass production. Lisa lifted a small cam to her chest. She sincerely thanked Istria for help and asked what they could thank. But Kazura immediately assured that gratitude was not required. In fact, when the situation in the country was getting worse, people did not know what to do next. But when the Kuzur appeared, everyone has hope for a better future. Lisa wanted to thank the boy and be useful to him. The girl was very waiting for the opportunity to work with Shino and help him in everything she could. To convince him of her intentions, she came a little closer. Seeing something around the guy's neck, Lisa wondered what it was. He quickly replied that it was a fragrant pendant, in which there is a piece of fabric impregnated with essential oil. The girl confidently touched the thin fingers of the neck of Kazura and he immediately blushed. She noted that the pattern of flowers on the suspension soothes. Lisa asked, a little worried about where this suspension came from. He replied that he received him when he last returned to the village. The girl, with a slightly disappointed look, called a boy named and gently touched his chest. The atmosphere has become strange and depressing. There was no one in the room, only they were. Lisa was standing nearby, with a little blushed cheeks, and continued to repeat the boy's name. The heavy silence was suddenly broken by the creaking of the door. It helped Kazuri to master himself and retreat from the girl. Lisa's father appeared at the door and asked why they were still here. For some reason, the girl smiled quietly and said that they just looked at the drawings together. Nelson was a little surprised by such an answer because this room is quite dark, and it would be easier to move the drawings to the living room where there is more light. Lisa asked her father why he came to the archive. He replied that the army connected with the army should be managed because otherwise the zirconium would worry. Seeing the opportunity to leave Lisa alone, Kuzura asked if he could review these documents, explaining that he wanted to learn a little to military affairs. The man did not deny, but immediately warned that he could not tell a lot. Shino did not upset it at all. After proposing help with papers, he said that it is enough for him to know only the main thing. Lisa left behind, smiled, but inside her a slight anger, because she was so close to her goal. In addition, she was very worried about the pendant around the neck. Wearing a gift from a common man means to become the same as it is. Lisa felt someone's presence, although, in her opinion, the mercy bracelet should be a warning for all, and her own father interfered with her ideas. The girl was silent for a long time, and because of this, both men turned to her and called her. Lisa shrugged slightly to hide the true emotions that burst into her soul. She smiled quietly and followed her husband. Discussion of new drawings and how they can be used in everyday life has been successful. Listen communication skills have helped to solve several problems. Time has passed constantly, and everything happened quietly according to the planned plans. Kazur also did not forget to eat well, especially thanks to the care of Marie. Returning from the shower, Shinov noticed that the Era was waiting for him in the kitchen. She apologized for the fact that she came so late. The girl did not want to distract the boy from his affairs, but this time she prepared sweets that she had previously told and wanted to taste them. There was a small bowl of fruit on the table, filled with bright juice. Compost is considered a dessert that came from medieval Europe. It is a mixture of boiled fruits in sweet syrup, which was often prepared on wine, with the addition of spices. She offered him tea and gave ready desserts, and the guy gladly accepted. The sweet was just, and the taste was just wonderful. In such a cozy atmosphere, they easily managed to talk to the souls, enjoying the tea. After they ate the dessert, the Kazur asked Era if she was in the star. She nodded and explained that she came to her to hand over working reports. Then Shino appealed to the girl, asking him to give him something. There were jars with different cosmetics on the table. The Kazura wanted to explain how to use each of them, but the Itsata was only packed. Seeing such a reaction, the guy remembered how he wanted to find out what Nelson and Zirconium actually said about him. Prior to that, the man himself said that Kazur was his friend, but in fact, no one knows how everything really is. Arb spoke quietly, tilting her head slightly. She said that Kazur was Gracier and that he helps them a lot. For the guy himself, this was not a surprise. The girl said she also heard he came to give people strength. It was already surprised by everyone. How do people come from? The Kasum was immediately interested in what power everyone was talking about and who else knows about it, but he never received a clear answer. These rumors may have appeared because of the captive who participated in the battle in the village of Gracier. Departing from his reflection, the Kuzha wanted to ask the maid to tell everything she heard, but noticing how she was scared, he reassured her, saying that there was no reason for fear, and asked to return to the topic they discussed earlier. 2 days later, she finally met with Vasiconium in the sheet room. The girl apologized for a long absence, and the guy in response said that what she gave was really needed and worked great. As soon as the guy sat down, Lisa got back to him and said she could not help today because she was planning a meeting. There was nothing wrong with this because the meetings are also important. Lisa apologized for the delay and reported that the inspection of the troops would take place in 3 days. The star listened carefully to this part. Recently, she was briefly told about weapons, and if no one denies, she would like to see everything with her own eyes. Security suddenly interrupted her passionate story. She noticed Lisa smiling, saying, and hurried to wave her hands, assuring that she should not pay attention to her words. The girl coarsely and said that if you need any information, you can always contact her. But Katsura honestly admitted that he did not understand anything in this case, so he is unlikely to help. Nelson said that she had already helped the investigation a lot, but added that they would still need advice on the military unit. However, they were guilty of him. The man finished, leaning his head. Kadusra interrupted a clumsy stream of thanks. He has only suggested to look at their data, but this conversation has long been delayed. A little time has passed, and in one of the areas of the city of Kuzura, reported that everything was already prepared, so you can start. He had a piece of paper in his hands, and finally, it appears here. What they bought for so long in his native world finally got to him.